May I request everyone to please be seated? We'll begin the event. I kindly request everyone to please take your seats. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Prachi Amre, Faculty for Human Resource Management, GNIMS Business School. I'll be your host for this evening. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all for the 33rd AIMS Annual Management Education Convention 2022, organized by SGPC's Guru Nanak Institute of Management Studies and GNIMS Business School in collaboration with Association of Indian Management School AIMS. The theme for this 33rd AIMS convention is Redesigning Management Education, Shaping the Future. We will begin the festivities by lighting the ceremonial lamp. May I now request our Honourable Chief Guest, Dr. Anish Shah, Managing Director and CEO, Mahindra Group. Our guest of honor, Dr. Suhas Pednekar, Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai. Dr. Joe Philip, Founder President AIMS. Dr. Ajit Singh Theti, President AIMS and Director General, Guru Nanak Institute of Management Studies and GNIMS Business School. Sardar Bhupinder Singh Keer, Vice Chairman, Governing Board, Guru Nanak Institute of Management Studies and GNIMS Business School. Dr. Kiran Yadav, Convention Director and Director, GNIMS Business School, to please come forward and light the ceremonial lamp. I request everyone to rise for prayer.
शिवा बर मोरे अरे शुभ कर मन ते कब न करो देह शिवा बर मोरे अरे शुभ कर मन ते कब न करो शिवा बर मोरे अरे शुभ कर मन ते कब न करो देह शिवा बर मोरे अरे शुभ कर मन ते कब न करो न डरो बरसो जब जाए लरो निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करो न डरो बरसो जब जाए लरो निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करो निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करो निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करो
Request all to please be seated. May I now request our Vice Chairman, Conferring Board, Guru Nanak Institute of Management Studies and GNIMS Business School, Sardar Bhupinder Singh Keer, to welcome our Honourable Chief Guest, Dr. Anish Shah, Managing Director and CEO, Mahindra Group. May I now request Sardar Bhupinder Singh Keer to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Suhas Pednekar, Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai. I request Sardar Bhupinder Singh Keer to welcome Dr. Joe Philip, Founder President, AIMS. May I now request President AIMS and Director General, Guru Nanak Institute of Management Studies and GNIMS Business School, Dr. Ajit Singh Theti, to welcome Sardar Bhupinder Singh Keer. I now request Dr. Kiran Yadav, Convention Director and Director GNIMS Business School, to welcome the President AIMS, Dr. Ajit Singh Theti. I now request Dr. Kiran Yadav, the Convention Director, to please come forward for the opening address.
Thank you, Prachi. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my honor and proud privilege to welcome you all to the 33rd AIMS Convention of Management Education. On behalf of Dr. Ajit Singh Theti, the President of AIMS and Director General of GNIMS, a warm welcome to our Chief Guest, Dr. Anish Shah, MD and CEO of Mahindra, Dr. Suhas Pednekar, our guest of honor, and the present Vice Chancellor of Mumbai, Dr. Joe Philip, Founder President of AIMS, our Vice Chairman, Mr. Keir. The present, all the former presidents of AIMS who are present here, the present executive board members of AIMS and its secretariat, directors of management institutes, faculty members, corporate guests, media and press, and my dear fellow students. It's such a pleasure to have you all with us, both in spirit and person. It has been 3 years since AIMS convention was last held in its physical form. And today we are having it in a blended avatar that brings the best of the physical and virtual world. 2022 is probably the most significant year in the history of the 21st century. As the world recovers from the most dramatic calamities, such as the economic slowdown, a pandemic crisis, followed by an aggressive polarization amidst a war-like situation that have created a very unstable, uncertain, and unforeseen scenario that impacts the life of human beings in more ways than one. Being at the pinnacle of VUCA phenomena on almost a daily basis, the global health, wealth, and well-being has been affected and disturbed everyone immensely. Governments, corporates, institutions had to rediscover the art of management to stay afloat. It is said that necessity is the mother of all invention. The truth of the statement is abundantly validated by the world that has reached the crisis, reacted to it, rejuvenated itself with a resolve not just to survive, but to thrive. It has brought out the best in human abilities, be innovative, resilient, and compassionate. We are all rediscovering the importance of caring and sharing. Management education is no exception to the global fate. Whilst facing the brunt of the pandemic, it has reinvented pedagogy using technology tools to keep students engaged and deliver the curriculum under restrained conditions and trying times. Online learning has been forced to expedite launching of learning tools way before they were meant to be made available as per normal timelines. And institutions have adopted them quicker than any time before in history. The world is now a better place with many created options in delivery that would have otherwise normally taken years to formalize. The digitally blended learning process has now become an integral part of the system in the new normal. Indian government's announcement of the new education policy that permits education to become more open, liberal, and inclusive is so timely and progressive that it provides an opportunity for management institutions to relook and redefine the management education process. Our convention theme, Redesigning management education, shaping the future is a conscious effort to address the likely evolution of management education that needs to deliver MBAs that are well nurtured, equipped, and capable to manage the new normal world and serve the society effectively. The AIMS board further identified 4 major trust areas for incorporation into management education. 1, making innovation a habit. 2, developing a startup mindset. 3, creating leadership through entrepreneurship. And 4, digitally blended learning was identified as being the future. Keeping in mind these directives, the convention team has invited experts from various sectors, government establishments, international academia from across the world to share their knowledge and experience in these areas that can help rekindle the thought process of AIMS membership to realign their education processes and practices to produce future-ready MBAs. We sincerely hope the convention generates takeaways for each member to experiment with back home at their respective institutions. The convention also provides opportunities for management institutions to share their research work, case studies, best practices, and their experimentation with pedagogy that has proven to be workable. Students and faculty have competed to be selected and awarded for their achievements. A valedictory session is set to celebrate these achievements. And at the end of each day, there are cultural performances that will help you unwind and network. We hope you all enjoy the event and learn as much from it as we did trying to put it together. Looking forward to your valued feedback to keep improving, and thank you and welcome to the 33rd AIMS Convention.
Thank you, Dr. Kiran Yadav. May I now request Dr. Ajit Singh Theti, President, Association of Indian Management School, AIMS, to please come forward for the welcome address.
Dear Anish, Shah, the chief guest for today's convention, Dr. Swahas Pednikar, Honourable Vice Chairman, Vice Chancellor of University of Mumbai, and our guest of honor for today, Professor Joe Phillips, the founder president of Association of Indian Management Schools, India, or Vice Chairman Sardar Bhupinder Singh Kirji, or Convention Director Dr. Kiran Yadav ji, Dr. Diva Patil, or Group Director of GNIMS and GNMS Business Schools, or past presidents, member of the Executive Board for the year 2021 and 22, Deans and Director, member of the faculty, dear students, participants, member of the press, member of the jury, and my dear all. At the outset, let me congratulate Anish Shah ji for being declared as the recipient of Ravi Matthai Award. This is the highest award that is conferred by the AIMS. Ravi Matthai was the founder of IIM Ahmedabad. Let me also welcome you all in our conventional way. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Education leads to knowledge, and knowledge leads to wisdom, and wisdom leads to service, and service of the humanity. That is actually our objective is. Therefore, according to our fifth Guru, Guru Arjan Dev Ji, the dictum of our institute is Vidya Vichari te Parupkari, which means essence of wisdom is service to humanity. And on this dictum, we are working over here to serve the society. Myself, Dr. Ajit Singh, have been associated with this institute for last 55 years, and now I'm into 56th year. And the place where this convention is being organized today is having a historical relevance also. In 1934, 88 years back, Bharat Ratna Baba Sahib Ambedkar expressed his desire to get away from all the oppressions, to see the new light of the day, to be absorbed by, and he expressed a desire to come into our fold. He brought this plot of 7 acres from Mumbai Municipal Corporation on a lease of 999 years, perpetual lease. And he brought the plans of this college from Rome and handed over to one Mr. Patankar, who was the common architect of Khalsa College and Ruya College. And if somebody asks me that why Uday Salunke and we are having a soft corner for each other, roots take us back to 1934-35, and hence is the relation. And also we have learned the concept of coexistence. And today, the entire management education from Mumbai and from the India is hosting this 3-day convention with the theme Redesigning Management Educations, Shaping the Future, with 4 sub-themes which my colleague Kiran has already told you. Let me tell you one thing, that the entire aim of convention, entire effort of the convention is to bring the best out of the management fraternity consisting of faculty and students. And therefore, we are organizing multiple competitions which will be held tomorrow in the second half. And then we are also having approximately 5 panels, and 5 panelists will be giving their best to the students. So in short, this convention will be helping our management fraternity to develop their management faculty. Ourselves, we are working with the university in hand. Dr. Swahas Pednekar will vouch for it. And regarding the aims, Professor Joe Philip is there, who will be elaborating on the aims and aims activities. So hence, I will not touch upon that topic, and I would like to end myself over here with an hope that we are able to work according to our dictum, essence of wisdom is service to humanity, and we, with all our senses, which we will keep on working day and night in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ajit Singh. May I now request Dr. Joe Philip, Founder President AIMS, to please come forward for inaugural address.
Ladies and gentlemen, my greetings to all of you. This side has been very well saluted, so let me join others to salute you once again. President, congratulations. I was delighted and even surprised to hear that Dr. Theti was here for 55 years, am I right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great record. I think we should give him a hand for that fantastic record. That's very lovely. But when he said that this 55 years, I quietly thanked God for what he has done for me. I have completed 62 years. I started teaching at XLRI, Jamshedpur, July 3, 1960. So I have been around for 60 years. I also thank God, and I said, look, and now we take it for granted that this association is there. But this association was not there 34 years ago. And at that time, I was a director of IIM Bangalore. Now, when you, at that time, there were only 4 IIMs, ABC and Lucknow, only 4. So IIM director is almost sitting like on top of an elephant, big part. But I realized that there's a huge distance between IIMs and the other institutions. And I also realized there is no communication, there is no getting together, nothing at all. It disturbed me. So I'm a little socialist in my mind when it comes to these kinds of things. I said, "Good, this is capitalism at the worst. IIMs here and some chota fellows there." In 1988, that I think there were only about 120 business schools in the country. Not like the 3,300 of today. There were only 120. But there was no communication other than the 4 IIMs getting together. So I thought we should have a forum for the business schools to get together. And that led me to convene a conference at IIM in April 1988, which led to the formation of this association in August 88. I remember an interesting incident. A few days before our meeting in Bangalore, the AMDISA for the regional association was founded at ASCI, Administrative Discovery of India. The chief guest at that time was Minister Chidambaram. He knew me, he saw me, and after the meeting, he called me and said, hey, you are forming a regional association, but how about India itself? What's happened in India? As I told him, sir, you will see that an association in India taking shape in the next few months. And that's the way in which this was founded. And I am particularly happy, delighted, and thankful to Almighty. I'm around for 34 years after the formation of this association and see it grow. It has grown beautifully. 750, am I right? Is it the membership? Set this up. Our membership. That 750 makes us the largest business school association in the world. So far, it was AACSB. ASB, CSB was under 700 membership. So the moment we have come to 750, we have now become the #1 network in the world. And we also made some meaningful impact, not only in India, but the international community, fraternity of business schools. Now, going back to P. Chidambaram, is what I told him about, we will have a common forum. This is the forum. But there are a few other things that we had in mind, the founders. The second one was to do away with this huge power distance between the big ones and the small ones. It's a big power distance. Now that was disturbing me. And the third one was, 88, 34 years ago. A lot of our business schools were real chodukus. And in terms of quality, not any comparable. I had the privilege of studying at Harvard Business School, then building up XLRI and managing IIM Bangalore. Then I began to think, look, we have an issue of standard quality in this country. Although it's very large, 3,300, the largest, we are twice the size of American business schools number. So they are the second one, but they're only about 1,500 business schools. So we are 3,300, which is more than the entire Europe put together. Look at the number that we have. But then we had a problem of this quality. So that was the second concern that we had. Is there something that we can do by which it can be elevated? A third concern at that time was that industry institute or industry academia interaction was very little, except the IIMs. IIMs had plenty. I remember once Thomas Bata, Bata, chairman, visiting IIM Bangalore. He came around, I took him around. And when he was about to go, he asked me, it's quite a fantastic place. Where do you get all this money from? I said, my problem is only embarrassment of riches. So he asked me, what is this embarrassment of riches? I said, every quarter we get a check from government of India. There's no problem. So it's only spending their money. But of course, now the situation has changed. IIMs make more money than what they need, and they build up good corpuses. Right? So industry institute interaction, we thought we had very little. And the fourth one, of course, was there is no body. CII, you know what CII does for the industry. We are no spokesperson for the business schools. So we needed a spokesperson. And that was AIMS, Association of Indian Management Schools. So with these four ideas, lofty ideals, we founded this association on this day, 34 years ago in August. Time it has grown so well. Now there are some interesting issues facing the association today. A few days ago, some association in Bangalore, I forget the name, but came up in YouTube, interviewed me, and they had a video. They asked me, why is it that India is perhaps the lowest, weakest with regard to industry academia partnership or association or interaction? I said, it's very true. It's a great concern for me after I have said I have almost lived through the growth of management education in the country. When I am Calcutta was formed in 61, I was teaching at XLRI. So I've seen through the whole history, or part of that history. So I said, this is a continuing concern for me. And the interviewer asked me, whose fault is it? I said, it's business school's fault. Industry is quite willing to come in. People like Ms. Shah, I'm sure, would come forth, and any number of them. Whether it's in the board, or there's the academic council, or whether it's speakers, or whether it's advisors, or whatever. I'm sure the Indian industry and Indian executives are willing to come in. It is the weakness, it is the inability of the academia to tap this great resource. When I'm saying this, I'm reminded of a very interesting model. I want all the academics, I have two of my colleagues sitting here, they would have heard me. A little model that Peter Drucker gave. Very little, but a very powerful model for all of us to understand. And this is what he said. He said, institutions such as academic institutions are activity centers or cost centers. Your resources are outside and your results are outside. Now, I don't know that I got a meaning. To an academic institution, your resources are outside and your results are outside. I'll give my own example. When after my IM days, when I decided to found a business school known as Xavier Institute of Management and Entrepreneurship, I had no money. I was an academician. So I brought another 7 people together. We put together 10,000 rupees. And what do you do with 10,000 rupees? Nothing. But I knew I will build it. But you know who helped to build it? Industry. Resources are outside. You ask for it, look for it, search for it, you will get it. And XIME is an example. I did not have any money. We, the founders, did not have any money. But we knew for a good cause like that, money will come and you come back to see our campus. A large campus, built mostly with the help of industry and philanthropists and friends. Resources. And results, your placement that you want, some result things you have to have, partner with somebody that you have is outside. And for academic institutions, business schools, keep this model in mind. Your resources are outside, your results are outside. The moment you forget that, you are dead. And we have any number of examples here. I said I lived long enough. In the 1954-55, so I have a note here about the time. Ashish, you have to go immediately. Is it somewhere? All right, I'll stop it. So we started with 4 management departments: Bombay University, Madras University, Calcutta University, Delhi University. Now, some of them are, for example, the Bombay one, General Bajaj, very solid, very strong. But you can ask about what happened to others. North, of course, also is quite good. And many other university departments came up, very many. For example, one of the earliest The first school to offer MBA was Visakhapatnam, Voltaire, Andhra University. That was the first one in 1957, an MBA was offered. Now you can look at what happened to many of the universities. What missed was this, that they missed this simple model of Peter Drucker. And I'll reiterate in front of you that this is very important. The last one which I said was the spokesperson, the advocacy role of the association. I was associated with CII in many ways. And you remember in our second convention, Madras, 1990, almost the entire CII board walked in the first evening like this and met us when we were meeting and said, the president was from Madras, CII president. And almost half of the CII board was there. They came and said, whatever you want, we'll be happy to partner with you. Right? Now, we had some little bit of that in the past, but of late, there's not much in that. When we look at the associations of the country, Chartered Accountants Association, AIMA, All India Management Association, or bar councils, or any profession, the association is pretty strong. The Delhi government, central government recognizes them, respects them, consults them, seek advice. I remember there was 1 year, the Planning Commission calling 4 of us from the IIMs to seek our advice on the plan, on the 5-year plan. Now, today, is it happening? Is that our association, when it comes to advocacy, are we doing the kind of advocacy that is needed? I'll just tell one example. I'm sure this institution, we, Wellinga, and anyone has to apply for approval every year. Almost like factory getting license every year, renewing license. Now, in this era of liberalism, democracy, freedom, all that kind of things we talk about, is that the pattern that we want? Every year, we are some 30 years old, Wellinger should be 35 years old, and he said about 55, so I'm sure maybe about 35 years old, the business school. We have to approach every year for renewal. And any number of issues of that kind. Because the time issue I'm not going into, I wanted to elaborate on the advocacy. So it's very necessary that this association go back to that fundamental thing we decided on and agreed upon or dreamed of, that the association become a powerful advocacy body for the cause of management education. And when we talk about business education, please remember, this is the only education which is truly market-driven, market-related. The market. So market is the one which should decide who survives, who dies, and who exists, who goes up, and this, that, and that, purely based on performance, not on the basis of approvals. Now, there are a number of such issues which the association has to take up. We have fortunately some very good people in Delhi at the regulatory body. What is lacking is that we have not projected. We are not advocated. We are not presented. These are issues which must be addressed to, because I know there are very good people in Delhi at the regulatory bodies. But we have to ask, we will decide to ask. One last thing I would mention, since Kiran came up and said about the new digital era, right? You know, we have a study also on this, which is in progress. This distance learning, online learning, yes, online. You know, very interesting expression in English. Physical learning is called offline learning. And you imagine, if you please sit in a classroom, it is called offline learning. That's funny, eh? Anyway, so we have this online learning. And there are a lot of people who have been saying Hosanna to this online learning, missing that management education, if it has to be really true, has to be really relevant. A great dean of a London Business School once said, London Business School was #1 in the world for years. He said, this was the greatest revolution in education, management education. This was the most powerful education that entered in the 20th century. And he said there was one reason. The reason was this is the only education which really looks at the transformation of an young man into a manager. In 2 years, you are taking a fresh graduate, BA, BSc, BCom, and you try to transform him into a manager. So he said that transformation, of course, maybe in the kindergarten and the primary school, yes. But this is a powerful transformation. And that transformation basically happens through the value system. Knowledge doesn't transform. Knowledge, okay, you're knowledgeable, but have you developed the mindset that is needed? And that mindset is through the value system. So therefore, I have a huge disagreement on this online and even hybrid. The only meaningful education for this transformation is physical. Why? There are 3 legs in business education: knowledge, knowing, skill, and being, which is the value system. And these can only be done, developed through physical education. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity. Theti Sahab, thank you very much for inviting me. It's such a pleasure. 34th year standing in front of all of you and sharing my thoughts on the subject. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Jopalil. Now, this is one of the prestigious moments that we all look forward to confer the prestigious Ravi J. Matthai National Fellowship Award. As we all know, this award is named after the great educationist, Professor Ravi J. Matthai, and is awarded to educators and professionals for achieving a great level of distinction in their respective discipline. May I now request our Group Director and former President, AIMS, Dr. D.Y. Patil, to please do the honor to read the citation for the prestigious Ravi J. Matthai National Fellowship Award for the 33rd Annual Management Education Convention 2022.
It gives me proud privilege to read the citation for Dr. Anish Shah. Dr. Anish Shah is the Managing Director, CEO of Mahindra Group. He joined Mahindra Group in 2014 as a Group President Strategy and worked closely with all businesses on key strategic initiatives, built capabilities such as digitization and data sciences, and enabled synergies across group companies. In 2019, he was appointed Deputy Managing Director and a Group CFO with responsibility for the group corporate office and full oversight of all businesses other than auto and farm sectors as a part of the transition plan to the CEO role. Anish was President and CEO of GE Capital India from 2009 to 14, where he led the transformation of the businesses, including turnaround of its SBI card joint venture. His career at GE spanned 14 years, during which he held several leadership positions at GE Capital's US and global units. As a director, Global Mortgage, he worked across 33 countries to drive growth and manage risk. As the Senior Vice President, Marketing and Product Development at GE Mortgage Insurance, he led various growth initiatives and played a key role in preparing the business for an IPO. As a spin-off from GE, in his initial years with GE, Anish also led strategy, e-commerce, and Salesforce effectiveness and had the unique experience of running a .com business within GE. Anish also received GE's prestigious Louis Latimer Award for outstanding utilization of Six Sigma in developing a digital cockpit. He has diverse experience with global businesses beyond GE. He led Bank of America's US debit product business, where he launched an innovative rewards program, led numerous initiatives in payment technology, and worked closely with various teams across the bank to enhance value for customer. As a strategy consultant at Ben & Company in Boston, he worked across multiple industries, including banking, oil rigs, paper, paint, steam boilers, and medical equipment. His first role was with Citibank in Mumbai, where he issued bank guarantees and letters of credit as Assistant Manager, Trade Services. Anish holds a PhD from Carnegie Mellon Taper School of Business, where his doctoral thesis was in the field of corporate governance. He also received master's degree from Carnegie Mellon and has a postgraduate diploma in management from the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He has received various scholarships, including William Latimer Mellon Scholarship, Industry Scholarship at IIMA, National Talent Search, and Sir Dorabji Tata Trust. The Association of Indian Management Schools takes immense pride in conferring its prestigious Ravi Matthai National Fellow Award on Dr. Anish Shah, Managing Director and CEO, Mahindra Group, given on 25th August 2022 at the 33rd AIMS Annual Management Education Convention 2022 at GNIMS, Mumbai. Thank you.
May I now request Dr. Joe Philip, Founder, President, AIM, and President, AIM and Director General, Guru Nanak Institute of Management Studies and GNIMS Business School, Dr. Ajit Singh Theti, to confer the richly deserved recipient of Ravi J. Matthai National Fellowship Award to Dr. Anish Shah. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Anish Shah, MD and CEO, Mahindra Group. Heartiest congratulations, sir. May I now request Dr. Anish Shah to please come forward for the acceptance and keynote address.
Honourable dignitaries,
ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor for me to get this award. And in some ways, destiny as well. Ravi Matthai was one of the founders of IIM Ahmedabad. My father joined as a student in the first batch at IIM Ahmedabad. My mother was in the second batch. And they met, obviously, at IIM and worked closely with Dr. Matthai. And I've heard many stories about the initial years there when they didn't even have a building. The campus wasn't built as yet. And students were off campus. And at that point, the campus was being built. Then 30 years ago, while I was mentioning to Dr. Philip that I had received admission at IIM Bangalore when he was director there, I also had this destiny to go to IIM Ahmedabad because I had one of my toughest interviews before getting into IIM Ahmedabad. But as destiny would have it, I had to be there. So there is a very strong link here, and which is why it's even a greater honor for me to get this award. But as we look at the last 30 years and what's happened, we talk about the VUCA world. We talk about the pace of disruption. A lot of this was brought into focus when a group of us had gone to visit IMD at Lausanne about 3 years ago. And we were taken to this room which had trophies, or in some cases, I would say markers, for companies that had transformed their industries. And these were companies that had made a major mark in their time. Kodak, BlackBerry, Blockbuster. Yes, it was a graveyard of these companies. These were all companies that had done very well and were very well managed. But because they were very well managed, they could not see the winds of change. Kodak had invented digital cameras. Blockbuster had the opportunity to buy Netflix at a very low price. But they did not see the winds of change. And then as we look at the last 3 years, the pace of disruption has increased exponentially. If I look back at the time when the VUCA term was coined, that seemed like a very nice, calm, peaceful world. And today, we've gone from a global order to pretty much a local order, in some cases global. We've gone into a world where supply chains are not reliable anymore. In the auto industry, we often worried about our supplier and will they be able to provide just in time. Now we have to worry about a supplier's supplier. And there are semiconductor chips worth $2 that would be an integral part of a car that may be 10,000 times or greater its price. But for one semiconductor chip, you cannot sell that car. And then we had to worry about their suppliers. Because as Russia invaded Ukraine, Ukraine's a big producer of neon gas. That's a critical input for semiconductors. And every day we would have this message from someone or the other saying, chips for wireless chargers in your car are not available, or chips for the keys that you make in the car are not available, or some other part, but then you cannot manufacture a car without all its parts. So how do you deal with that kind of an uncertainty on a day-to-day basis? It reminds me of this old game I used to play as a child called Whack-A-Mole, where things kept popping up. You knock one thing down, three other things pop up, and you keep knocking them down, and it just doesn't stop. That's the world we are in today. And as we think about that world, what are the implications on leadership? As educators, as students. One is giving leaders the ability to see around corners, anticipate. What are potential things that may happen? How do you plan for things that you may not have thought of? The biggest worries are not the risks that you know. The biggest worries are the risks that we don't know. Is there a way to anticipate them better? The second part is, how do you embrace change? Change is always a very difficult thing, but this is not just about a leader embracing change. It's about the entire team embracing change and being agile to be able to respond to it. How do we embrace technology? We heard about digital, and that's a way of life. As we tell our leaders now, you cannot be a leader unless you're a leader in technology. That's no longer the job of the IT department. It's inherent in leadership. These are the traits that we've got to start thinking about as we think about developing our leaders. And in closing, I will talk about a discussion I had just about a month ago. And this was with regard to the opportunities in India. India today is extremely well poised. It has the ability to leapfrog China and the rest of the world. A lot of companies around the world are looking at a China +1 strategy, in some cases, even replacing China. And therein lies the opportunity. And as we think about how do we capitalize on it, that again is something else that collectively we've got to find a way. And in a conversation that I was having with Gopichand, who's been one of the pioneers in badminton in India, in the victories that he's had and in the training that he's done to create various leaders, the one comment he made that stuck with me was, you have to be brave enough to win. Our opportunity lies today for India. Are we brave enough to win? With that, I would once again like to thank the dignitaries and the panel. It is truly an honor for me to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you for making yourself available for the evening today. That's a little urgent announcement. There are a few cars which are parked, which are causing some traffic commotion. It's an humble request if all can please move the car. I'll just call out. It's Silver Eon. The number is 7228. I repeat, Silver Eon 7228. Silver Swift, the number is 4010. I repeat, Silver Swift number is 4010. Then we have one white Zen, the number is 5215. And Bolero, which is 3460. I request if you all, it's a humble request if you all can move the car because it's causing some traffic commotion. Okay, moving ahead. Let me have the honor to introduce to you all Dr. Suhas Pednekar, our Honorable Chief Guest for the evening. Dr. Suhas Pednekar is the Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai. He has over 35 years of academic experience as teacher, researcher, and administrator. Professor Pednekar holds a doctoral degree in organic chemistry and was postdoctoral fellow at the Stevens Institute of Technology, New Jersey, USA. Professor Pednekar's areas of research interest are green chemistry, pharmacological and chemical investigation on medicinal plants, and marine biotechnology. He has presented his research findings in many international and national conferences in more than 20 countries and has published over 50 research papers in international and national journals of repute. He has served as a member of many national and state level bodies engaged in the enhancement of quality of education. He was the president of Indian Chemical Society for Mumbai branch. Currently, he is the member of many academic committees like Government of India's University Grant Commission, Department of Biotechnology, NAC, and many more. Professor Pednekar is the recipient of several awards, which include the Best Chemistry Award at national level by Tata Chemicals Limited, given in association with the Association of Chemistry Teachers, Royal Society of Chemistry, Confederation of Indian Industry, and Godrej in 2013. He was also awarded Best Teachers Award by Government of Maharashtra in 2012. I request sir to please come on the dais to address the audience.
Thank you very much for very elaborate introduction. Very distinguished personalities sitting on the dais and also off the dais. Let me first congratulate Dr. Anish for the award he received just now and which he richly deserved. I'm very fortunate to be part of this inaugural function organized by AIMS, the Management Convention. Friends, what is it that India is looking at? Any sector, especially in the field of education, which we all are educationists, either in the capacity as administrator or maybe the directors, students, teachers. And that expectation on the background of the rapidly, we see that disruption happening around us. The answer is what we look at and what we are looking for is the relevance and sustainability. COVID-19 situation has taught us several lessons. So on this background, we expect a good governance in every sector, which will bring that relevance and sustainability. And we all know that the good governance comes from a very dynamic leadership. And on this background, I'm very happy to see that the theme you have chosen is the redesigning management education. I feel that the solution to future problems can be sought only by promoting the leadership with character, leadership with knowledge, leadership which is innovative, leadership with design thinking, and who would be able to do it more aptly amongst all the discipline of education. And I feel, as Vice Chancellor of one of the largest universities, I can say that all the management institutes should and will play a very important role in promoting that sort of leadership amongst the youth. The management institutes should take that lead, and NEP 2020, that is the new national education policy, is going to provide us that opportunity first time. In fact, we have just celebrated 75 years of independence. Probably the first time the real reforms in higher education are seen, and which we have started implementing. So the type of leadership which we are expecting from all the business schools is a 21st century leadership, which is expected to be multidimensional, which should be inclusive, integrative, not vertical, but horizontal one, shared leadership that will take everyone together. There are several challenges before us, and how we can bring the changes in the higher education system. And that is the real, I would say, challenge to all of us as administrators or educationists. Today morning, I was the part of the inaugural function of the Smart India Hackathon 2022 at Wellington Institute. We must really congratulate Professor Uday for taking initiative and lead to organize this finale every year. And they were the sharp young minds who were selected all over the country. They were the part of this hackathon, which will continue for 2-3 days. Such a wonderful concept. So the time has come for all of us to think that it's not that teaching and the learning takes place only in the classroom. The time has come where we need to provide different platforms to our young minds. And that too, let them come together, discuss, brainstorm. We should be able to give them some problems to solve. And the problems which the society is facing, can they come out with solution? And the solution is expected to be with affordable cost. That is what I think the India needs today. And that is how we'll be able to promote entrepreneurship. And that is how we'll make them realize the importance of to be job creators than job seekers. Why it should happen only through hackathon once in a year? Why can't it be a continuous process in many educational institutions? Why it can't be even the regular part of curriculum, and give them such opportunity and create that environment, give them that the sufficient mentorship that is required. And to do so, the most important aspect I feel, therefore, is the time has come to understand the importance of connecting with industry, connecting ourselves with corporate world, bring them together. And that is how our students will get the more experiential learning. And I'm sure when you are thinking about redesigning your curricula, these are the parts where we need to include. Somewhere we need to be innovative. We can't expect that innovation from students, but we as policy makers, we as the implementer should be innovative in every respect, because the future belongs to those who will be innovative, and technology will play a very important role. So I wish all the participants very best. This is an opportunity for you to discuss, come out with solutions. And after such conventions, many times what happens is, after the convention is over, we forget everything. The actual success of convention will be how you follow up after the convention is over. So wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suhas Pednekar. May I now request our Group Director, Dr. D.Y. Patil, to felicitate Dr. Suhas Pednekar. Yeah, we just have, okay. To present the memento. Moving ahead, we would now be felicitating all the former presidents of AIMS, for which I would request and invite Dr. Ashok Joshi. I request Bhupinder Singh Kir to felicitate Dr. Ashok Joshi. Next, I'd like to invite Professor Shekhar Chaudhary. I request Sardar Raghbir Singh Theti to felicitate Professor Shekhar Chaudhary. May I request Sardar Raghbir Singh to felicitate Professor Shekhar Chaudhary. In his absence, may I request Dr. Ajit Singh? Oh, is there, sorry. May I next invite Dr. Uday Salunke on the dais. I request Dr. Ajit Singh Theti to felicitate Dr. Uday Salunke. I would now invite Dr. Shefali Gautam. I request Dr. Kiran Yadav to felicitate Dr. Shefali Gautam. I would now invite Professor Mohammad Masood Ahmed. I request Sardar Manmohan Singh to felicitate Professor Mohammad Masood Ahmed. Okay, in absence of Sardar Manmohan Singh, I request Bachir Singh to felicitate Professor Mohammad Masood Ahmed. I would now invite Dr. D.Y. Patil. I request H.S. Mehta to felicitate Dr. D.Y. Patil. I would now invite Dr. Apurva Palkar. I request Dr. Kiran Mangaonkar to felicitate Dr. Apurva Palkar. I would next invite Dr. Upinder Dar. I request Sardar Govinder Singh to felicitate Dr. Upinder Dar. I would now invite Dr. Anil Rao Paila. I request Amarjit Singh Saini to felicitate Dr. Anil Rao Paila. We'll be now taking the group picture. I request all our former presidents' aims to please step forward for the group picture. I also request all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais, our honorable chief guest, our guest of honor, President Ames, Founder President Ames, and Sardar Bhupinder Singh Theti to join for the group photograph. Okay, thanks. So you can be seated. We thank all the dignitaries on the dais. Okay, there is a slight change in the schedule to pace up with the time. We'll be skipping on the break for now, and we'll be proceeding with the panel discussion. One of our speaker, a Consul General of Israel, he's just arriving. We will shortly start the panel discussion once we have all our panelists. Thank you. We quickly change. Volunteers, state management volunteers.
Check 1, 2. Hello, test 1, 2. Hello, test 1, 2. Hello, test.
You've checked it, right?
Check. Check.
All our panel guests are here. I request everyone to please be seated. The Consul General of Israel, our panelist for the evening, is here. I request, and we'll be starting with the panel discussion shortly. I request everyone to please take your seats. And it's a humble request to everyone to please keep your mobile phone on silent mode. I repeat, it's a humble request for everyone to please keep your mobile phone on silent mode. I request everyone to please be seated. I request everyone to please take your seats. We'll be starting with the panel discussion. A humble request to everyone to please be seated. We'll be starting with the panel discussion. I request everyone to please keep your mobiles on silent mode. I request everyone to please take your seats. I request all to please take your seats quickly. We will be starting shortly with the panel discussion. It's an humble request to everyone to please take your seats. We are starting shortly. It's my humble request. Volunteers, please help our guests to take their seats. I request everyone to please take your seats. We'll be shortly starting with the panel discussion.
They've called her downstairs. Hello, everyone. I request everyone to please, all delegates, students, our esteemed guests, to please take their seats. Our panelists are about to reach. Request everyone to please come back. Our guests are arriving shortly. Request everyone to be seated. Please help us to keep the schedule.
We'll be starting in another 2 minutes. I request everyone to please take your seats.
Nice.
You're muted from there.
SGPC's GNIMS Business School is an integral part of the Khalsa College established by Shiromani Gurudwara Prabandhan Committee in 1937. Located in the heart of Mumbai, it has a state-of-the-art infrastructure. And offers a plethora of courses in management. With an esteemed industry faculty and 2 strong pillars and a unique pedagogy with experiential learning that involves mental, physical, social, and emotional activities. An intensive international internship in partnership with 17 international universities. An innovation, startup, entrepreneurship center that promotes startups, 95% placement with 150 plus recruiters, makes the GNIMS alumni happy and well-placed. GNIMS has won several awards, including being a consistent winner at AIMS. Our campus has produced many startups. Thank you.
We'll
है मुश्किल जीना या
Our guests are here. We are starting shortly. I request everyone to please take your seats. I request everyone to please keep your mobiles on silent mode. To proceed, we will now be having panel discussion. The topic for the discussion is innovation key to management success. Innovation, this word we hear so often, especially in the business schools, and we are inquisitive to know more and more about it. We are also privileged today to have such an esteemed panel who will be discussing on innovations key to management success. It's my honor to introduce you all to our august panel members. Let me introduce you all to Dr. Uday Salunke, who will be the moderator for the discussion today. Dr. Uday Salunke is the Group Director, Wellinger Institute of Management Development and Research, V School. He is recipient of the prestigious Eisenhower Fellowship USA, which acknowledges and honors the contribution of thought leaders across the globe to their respective domains, bringing them together for a greater impact. Professor Uday Salunke has constantly been innovating and focusing on bringing in the best international practices and real-time industry-academia interaction to the students and faculty at V School. Dr. Salunke has been a guide to a number of research scholars and has to his credit an array of research papers, articles, books, and case studies in national and international publications. With a strong focus of V philosophy, Dr. Salunke has fostered a number of collaborations with trade bodies, government both at the center and state level, and corporates. He's actively associated with universities and educational bodies at the national and international level to improve the quality of management education. He has initiated several international partnerships with universities across the globe in countries like Sweden, Israel, UK, Dubai, Germany, and Netherlands, just to name few. Dr. Salunke currently is the Chairman of the Education Committee of Council of European Union Chambers of Commerce in India, Chairperson for the Review Commission of the Gujarat National Law University, member of the Academic Council and General Council of the Maharashtra National Law University. We welcome you, sir, for the discussion today. Moving with our first speaker, Honorable Mr. Kobi Shoshani. Mr. Kobi Shoshani currently serves as Counsel General of Israel to the Mumbai. Mr. Shoshani joined Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 1991. From 2016 to 2021, he served as Senior Minister, Head of the Division of Inspection, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Israel. Mr. Shoshani was born in Israel. He served in Israel's Defense Force and retired as a captain in the Signal Corps. Following his military service, he received a BA in International Relations Studies from Hebrew University and MA in Public Diplomacy for Senior Civil Servants program from the same university. Join me in welcoming Honorable Mr. Kobi Shoshani. Next, we have with us Mr. Sanjay Jog. Mr. Sanjay Jog will be with us virtually. Mr. Sanjay Jog is Chief Human Resource Officer, Reliance Jio. Mr. Sanjay has over 30 years of experience in managing HR as well as businesses. Mr. Sanjay Jog is a science graduate and MBA in marketing. He has worked with organizations like Taj Group of Hotels, DHL Worldwide Express, RPG Enterprise, where he was head of RPG's international music business, as well as head of HR at retail, and currently heads largest Indian startup Reliance Jio. Sanjay has also worked in the telecom industry with Bharti Enterprise as head of HR for mobility business. He spent considerable time with Future Group, Big Bazaar, Central, Pantaloons, etc., and was credited with growing the organization from 3,000 to over 50,000 people in a short span of time. He is known for creating the unique culture based on Indian mythology. We welcome Mr. Sanjay Jog. Our next speaker for today's evening is Mr. Rohit Pandarkar. Mr. Rohit is presently the global head of data science at OLX Auto. He holds a master's degree in technology from MIT Media Lab at Cambridge, Massachusetts. He holds several US patents and international publications in the area of artificial intelligence, computational imaging, signal processing, cryptography. He has also been an invited reviewer at international journals and conferences like ACM, SIGGRAPH, IEEE, ICCP, and more. He has been a TEDx speaker. Previously, he has headed data science at the Group Strategy Office of Mahindra Group, and he built a group-wide data science team and worked with financial services, automotive manufacturing, logistics, hotels and hospitality, real estate, and aftermarket, that is for used car sector, for solving business problem using data. Prior to that, he led Asia Pacific area for the Google venture-funded company Headspin, which is an AI-based platform for mobile app performance. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together to welcome the guest panelists for today's evening. Now I request our moderator, Dr. Uday Salunke, to take over the session.
Thank you, Prachi. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. After a very scintillating inaugural session with Dr. Anish Shah and our own Vice Chancellor, Dr. Suhas Pednekar, now I have very illustrious panel on the hot topic of innovation. And Sanjay Jog is there with us virtual. Hi, Sanjay. Sanjay disappeared? Okay, Sanjay must be there. So Sanjay is unfortunately being tested positive. So he has excused, but he is being nice, kind enough to be there in virtual mode. And at the last moment, we requested Honourable Kobiji, and he has accepted. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And I also failed in terms of competitive advantage of the nation's point of view. There's no other nation than Israel which can talk about the innovation. So I think today I'm also quite keen on listening to my panel than even I'm going to speak about it. So thank you very much, Kobiji. Hi, Sanjay. Can you see us? Yes, good to see you. Please take care of yourself, and we are looking forward to you definitely. And along with me again, very young and kind of electrifying kind of gentleman who's a MIT passed out, handpicked by Anand Mahindra from MIT campus, and who actually nurtures the CEOs and MDs of the company for digital transformation in India, not only in India, but globally as well. So Rohit, thank you very much. It's a wonderful panel which I have. Just as a precursor, I'm sure all my friends were sitting here who are the directors of the institutions and maybe faculty members, students as well. But this topic is non-negotiable topic, innovation, and needs no introduction as such. But as a maybe from the students' point of view, I really feel we should create some kind of background, just share with them some kind of thought process. So if we just ask a simple question to ourselves, why innovation? There's some basic thought process can be to develop competitive edge, be it business schools. We are all from business school fraternity, but be it companies, be it nations. So keeping that in mind, that is first aspect. Second aspect is very clear. It's a question of survival as well. I'm sure everybody knows about Darwin's theory, but survival of the fittest is absolutely important. And today, when you see many business schools are on the block, and likewise many companies as well, who probably didn't cope up with the changing times, maybe pre-COVID era or even post-COVID era as well. And as our morning, just not morning, but afternoon chief guest mentioned about a couple of names of the companies, be it Kodak, be it BlackBerry, and maybe be it Blockbuster, be it even Nokia to some extent in one phase. There are many companies which you'll find those companies struggling. And be it even Fortune 500 list, you'll find even those companies are not really kind of got licensed to be there in that list throughout their lifespan. It is impossible. So I think that lifespan is very important and companies are going out of the competition. Very clearly, with this kind of situation, signals that we need to be really careful while managing our own business schools, our companies, or our institutions. Fortunately, the government of India has been very kind of, proactive, and from the reforms point of view, very reform driven. So if you really take stock of, just now I believe our Vice Chancellor also mentioned about today's Smart India Hackathon. Today's Smart India Hackathon is happening across country for almost 74 nodal centers and thousands of students with a different kind of their academic background, trying to find the solutions, probable solutions with technology as a kind of bent of mind for problems of the ministries or even companies, be it your Jal Shakti ministry, be it Bajaj Finserv, or maybe many other companies as well. So that shows this current government is trying to harness the power of youth for solving either societal problems or even corporate problems. So and I'm sure many of our institutions heads sitting here and faculties, you must be participating in Institute Innovation Council, IIC, must be in Atal Innovation kind of center activities, must be NISP, National Innovation and Startup Policy. So many of these initiatives are far more positive in nature and which augurs well for our mindset if we're ready for it from the creative confidence or innovation point of view. Now, while taking this forward, definitely I feel the status quo is going to be a killing proposition. None of us can afford to be in that status quo mode because the cost of or significance of the status quo, what we pay is huge. Makes a question of do or die. That's why I think we all need to think that today, average is over. If you're thinking of average or mediocre kind of outputs, results, or bent of mind, then I think we should really take a retirement and we should be out of the business. And that's the way world looks like. And in this situation, I always feel our actions and inactions has consequences. Because we all are making same movie, which is probably not visible very clearly, but I think we need to complement each other's efforts and really move together. And I must compliment under the leadership of Dr. Ajit Singh ji, that AIMS has progressed substantially well. And I'm sure you'll witness in this coming 3 days that with the theme, which you're talking about, redesigning the management education is absolutely quite fit theme for today's panel as well and shaping for the future. So I think there's a good learning curve. And when we're talking about future of education, maybe even 4.0, and which is bound to be learner-centric, which is bound to be student-centric. Now in this, are we really looking into the factors like what are we delivering to the students? What do we teach in the classrooms? Is the classroom is a four-wall or is the classroom is a marketplace? How probably we are delivering our age-old traditional conventional models of delivering in the classroom face-to-face and teacher will speak and other side will listen. That era is over. I'm sure every one of us is talking about the flipped classrooms. We are maybe bit of facilitators, but not just delivery like a monologue at all. And when and where probably students are also expecting that anytime, anywhere, can I get or can I do the acquisition of my knowledge? Is it possible? But we can't really fix our ideas from that point of view that you must come to the classroom and then only you will learn. I believe already our regulators also talking about 30 to 40% online, and worldwide you will find the same thing is happening. When I'm looking at our panel, definitely country's point of view, we thought, yes, one of the finest country in the world. Probably I'm going to post a couple of questions just after my initial briefing to Kobiji. So Israel come into picture. Now, company's point of view, definitely one of the company which has created waves in the marketplace. And I'm sure the competitors were scared. I'm sure Sanjay is not smiling, but Reliance Jio needs kind of, no introduction, the pace with which they have grown. Plus even Mahindra's, Mahindra point of view, Rohit spent a substantial time with Mahindra's. He understands that company also well across the group. And if I'm looking into education point of view, fortunately, Rohit been to MIT. Recently, we witnessed in terms of what is happening in HBS, Harvard Business School, in terms of future point of view. How are they catering to? MIT same way. And even looking into Wharton, how Wharton is doing. So somewhere deep down, I get a sense that one of the major issue is of the mindset shift. Are we ready for that mindset shift? And maybe Dr. Anish Shah mentioned about, are we brave to be in? So likewise, are we ready in terms of that mindset shift and ready for that experimentation bent of mind? I'm sure many of you must have read the book, and Rohit also mentioned to me about Stephen Thomke on experimentation works. But even our personal experience, my personal experience with V School, Wellington, for many years, more than 2 decades, it probably could achieve something only because of experimentation, nothing less than that. Go on doing experimentation and you'll find in most of the time, maybe 90-95% time, even you may succeed. And even if you fail, that's not a stigma in today's era. If you fail, it's fine. Enjoy the failure, celebrate the failure as well. And somewhere deep down, who's responsible for this? Somewhere deep down, I'm sure leadership always come very handy. The leaders for innovation point of view. So the leadership, the teams which were kind of, taking it forward, and our board members, our faculty, our students, all of them are definitely bound to lead to kind of, nurture either job seekers or job creators. We all are talking about now it's our turn to look into job creators, definitely, not just mere job seekers who are looking forward to highest packages. But somewhere deep down, I get a sense that yes, this is a absolutely right time for India to take a plunge. And we must learn from our countries like Israel. We must learn from the companies, Indian companies, global companies. But our role need to be, for directors, our leadership, our role need to be learner-centric than anything else. I'm going to come back maybe in between also later on. But before that, because I know there are many commitments for Kobiji today. So I'm going to, sir, pose a few questions to you. And I'll read out those questions, maybe one by one, and then you can respond. My first question to you is, Israel is equivalent to innovation. So what is the secret of Israel's innovation? And what is the role of universities and academic institutions for this innovation status of Israel? This is my first question, sir. We'll go ahead with that.
Thank you, my dear friend, Daiji, Ji, Sanjay Ji. Thank you very much for the introduction, Pachi Ji. My name is Kobi Shoshani. Shoshani sounds to you maybe Sindhi or something like that, but I'm not Sindhi. I'm completely Israeli. But above that, my first name is Kobi, that everybody told me that it's cauliflower in Hindi, and it's quite completely catastrophe. But anyway, just to wake you up a little bit. But I feel I'm Israeli, but I came here with a big love to this amazing country. And I tell you why afterwards. Thank you, because there is something that I would like to add something, and it's towards you. That's going to be probably in the end. As a child, my mother didn't allow me to go to sleep very late. She said, 8 o'clock, it's enough. We need our privacy. Go to the room. And I took my books and encyclopedias. And I wondered to myself, how come that most of the big challenges solved by Europeans? And I didn't have an answer for that. I thought about this for many, many years. And one day I opened a book when I grew up, and it's written something which maybe gave an answer. They said, in Europe during the winter, it's cold. At that time, at the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th century, no heating system. They stayed at night at home and think. I said, okay, it's a good explanation. But eventually, at the end of the day, I found that also in other countries, especially today, in Israel, in India, there is a lot of new technology and innovation. Then I thought to myself, maybe this is not the reason. Probably I'm not surprised you, but in Israel, we have 92 new unicorns this year. We are number 4 in the world. Wait with the applause, because India is number 3 with 100. And believe me, no winter in India, not definitely in this side of the subcontinent. Then you can, then there is something special with this idea. And I think it's extremely important to understand that the meaning of this unicorn is not a question of money. It's a question of next generation, potential. I see some friends here, Mr. Page, that I know him from since I came here, and Anish, that he's actually very good ambassador of India in Israel, and a very good Israeli ambassador to India. And I tell you that in Israel, the history, like in India, play as an extremely important role. Because in our tradition, argument is part of the deal. And you can ask Anai that sit in front of me, that in the consulate, I like to argue about everything. And if you ask me, Mr. Salunke, Dr. Salunke, what is the main reason? First reason, argue. Argue about everything. And I think that the new generation, it's coming with a big price, because believe me, also my kids argue with me about everything. And it's not comfortable sometimes. But when you argue, there is discussion. Discussion brings to ideas, emotion. That's the first thing. The second thing, you have to dare. And this is something that, sorry to say about India, and that's what I started to say, you have to believe in yourself. You are an amazing country. You have fantastic industry. You have a very good young generation that this institute and other institutes in Mumbai, in Maharashtra, in all over the country, are doing fantastic job. But the young generation need to dare, to fight, to argue, sometimes with our generation. And it's not easy sometimes. We have to deal with that. We call it in Hebrew chutzpah. Chutzpah is to dare to do something without hesitate who is going to speak in front of you. And by the way, and I do it in a very nice way. Correct me if I'm wrong. Sometimes it's not easy for me, but eventually he convinced me because he has a good ideas. The third thing is necessity. When you need something, you need to find a solution for that. We, for many, many years, suffer from a lack of water. Like in India. That's the reason that we found a way to build up this drip irrigation. We are surrounded by enemies. By the way, if I can say here, also like in India, we have to find a good military service and a technology to the army. And you can see it all over in the news. Necessity brings innovation. Because when you need something, you need to find out. And the fourth thing, issues, which is I think not less important, is government. And I have to tell you that government needs to ease the process. They have to give initiatives, loans, push the good young generation, and believe me, you have a fantastic good young generations, to the right places. And it's not an easy task. That this is the background of And so I know that I have, well,
You answered absolutely well. Only I was just connecting with what is the role of your universities, academic institutions? In fact, when I visited Tel Aviv University, IDC Herzliya, Haifa, and a couple of others as well, I really felt this tremendous research and innovation emphasis. Has that something to do with the Israel as a innovation nation?
yes, I will answer to you within a second. Just would like to mention Mahindra and the Reliance. And I have to say that I was at the inauguration of double decker bus, electric bus of Inaugural a week ago. Amazing, state of the art. I was in Mundra in the Adani port. And I have to tell you that the cooperation between the big conglomerate is amazing. And this is connections, and I'll come back to you and to the answer. The ecosystem, the Israeli ecosystem, is like most of the other countries in the world. But I give you a sample of Beersheba. Beersheba is a cyber city today in Israel, I think leading the world by cyber. And why I'm telling you that, and what is the connection to the Israeli ecosystem? The university, Beersheba University, the government, the head of the cyber governmental authority, and the companies sitting at the same compound. They don't need to take a bus. They don't need to take a train or a car. They need to cross the bridge from the university to the government to the companies. There is a circle. And this is, I tell you frankly, Mr. Salunke, is happen in other countries in the world, I have to say. But there is one more element which is very good and also very challenging, is the Israeli army. Today, a young generation, like my daughter, she's right now 19 years old, she's in the army, like most of the Israelis in Israel. The special talented young generation of Israelis that going to the special units in the cyber, in the intelligence forces, in the Air Force, in all these units, they get an experience sometimes of 8-9 years because the army invests a lot of money in the education, and they ask them to stay in the service, in the military service for a few years. But you know what's happened outside the military bases? The companies are waiting for them because they get a very young generation, very talented, with a fantastic experience. Then this element, and along with the government, companies, and of course, academia, it's the element of the army. And it's a very challenge for the universities, I have to say, Mr. Salunke, and we spoke about it. It's a very challenging because sometimes they don't need university. They are directly from the army to cyber companies, medical companies, but not only in cyber, also in water, also in food tech. This is the Israeli ecosystem, but don't worry to ask questions. Don't worry to dare, to try. With your permission, one more thing, Mr. Salunke, Dr. Salunke. You know, in the hospital, the Israeli Medical Center in Jerusalem, it's also an ecosystem. There is the medical university, there is the hospital, and there is the companies. They are sitting together. Now the companies coming to the surgery and facing the problems that the doctor has. Go back and say, what can I do here? Okay, they bring the solution, try the solution, bring it back to and changing all the time. This is the ecosystem.
Excellent. That's really nice. The connecting with this, you mentioned that Israel army is good, but it's challenging as well. Somewhere I've learned, I've probably even in my visit in Israel, that as success rate for startups is one of the highest in Israel, right? There is a correlation between the learning curve which happens in the army, be it for men or women as well. I believe it is 2 years for men, 1 year for women. And the way in which they develop their skill set, what we're talking about, the soft skills, be it teamwork, be it toughness, be it facing challenges, be it, as you mentioned about, dare to take the risk and go ahead. So would you like to comment on that? Is there any really correlation of army training and getting groomed there and with the startup success?
The connection, I don't know if it's good or bad, by the way, because I tell you what is the good thing is that the Israeli army, the connection with the companies is very direct. Sometimes when the army needs technology, he is going to the Israeli companies and demand. I'm not talking about only cyber, about everything. Telecommunication, nanotechnology, even metrology. They need the companies. As I told you before, necessity. We are surrounded by enemies. We need to find a solution. We have to defend ourselves, like India. Then army is above all. Our security is above all. We are a small country. I live more or less in the middle of Israel. If I drive my car to the east too much fast, I found myself in a hostile surrounding. If I'm drive too fast to the other side, to the west, I find myself in the sea. It's a very small country. Within 1 hour, I can cross, less than 1 hour, cross from west to east or from east to west. And I'm more or less in the middle. We have to defend ourselves. The challenges that India has, it's different because you're a huge country. To feed, to give water, to give a work to 1.4 billion people every day is a challenge. We don't know how to solve such a problem. You have to find a solution. I don't know. But as a younger brother of India, sorry to say younger because what can we do? You know, we were under the British rule for many, many years, both of us. You were born in 1947 in August. We were born in May 1948. Then we are younger than you than in 9 months. What can we do? But we have a very long history and very long memory. What we see here with the tradition, what we see here, even, you know what I tell you, when I go to the markets and I see how the Indian people taking parts, connecting them together and build up something new, in my point of view, this is innovation. They have a wisdom.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kobiji. My final question to you is, I'm sure that in the world of artificial intelligence, people are talking about AR, VR, augmented reality, and the entire spectrum of IoTs of the world is good on one side, but is somewhere scary for the human existence as well. And probably in many technologies which are getting developed, therein probably the human-centric approach or human approach has not been kept in mind. But as you are the leading innovation nation, probably Israel or Israeli entrepreneurs are keeping in mind these aspects in terms of ethics or governance for innovation. At the same time, maybe like emotional AI or tech for good, those kind of aspects, are you keeping in mind as a nation?
First of all, it's a big debate in the world, I have to say. And personally, I have to say that I'm worried from that. I don't know what's going to be. I don't want to see the next generation going with the, I don't know, screens in front of their heads and don't see each other or not married or not bringing families. I'm worried, I have to say. But I cannot understand the Y and Z generation. Believe me, I don't understand my wife, then definitely I'm not understand my kids. It's too much complicated for me. But I tell you something. A year ago, we donated a machine to Tata Memorial Hospital. It was a machine that deals with the breast cancer. Instead of, especially for women, and I'm sorry to just say, instead of cutting in the early stages, we took a needle into the cell directly, the infected cell, freeze the cell, 10 minutes, just give the lady to wake, I mean, to relax 1 hour, and she's going home. 98% of success. Thank you. 98. Now, and I tell you why. When we gave the machine, it cost money. We gave it as a donation. Of course, everybody wants me to give thousands and hundreds of machines like that. I cannot. You know who were the big the objection came from? From the surgerers. They said, just for a second, you're taking my work. I like to cut. I not like to, but this is my profession, to cut. Why are you doing? Don't worry. They understood that eventually there is a place to everybody. And solution and innovation bring also good things.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give big hand to Kobiji. I kept specifically questions ready for him because he had other commitments later on, but he has been kind enough to stay back for whatever time possible. So that's really nice. Now I'm just going to check with Sanjay. Sanjay, would you like to go first, or Rohit, whatever, because you're taking care of your health. So I think you can go ahead, Sanjay.
Sure.
Only my request to you, while you're talking about, I'm sure, innovation at Reliance Jio, somewhere deep down, we are just trying to look at AIMS, our body association, looking at how institutions can innovate, how faculties, how students or staff can innovate. We are trying to think through, and we're searching for a different kind of skill set, mental models, and maybe tools from the innovation point of view. Because we have V-School AIMS Innovation Awards for last almost, I'll say, more than almost 15 years. And we could see good growth. This time I could see a lot of entries. So that's very heartening that many business schools are doing kind of innovative things, maybe be at an institution or faculty or student level. So maybe if you would like to give advice, when you're talking about Jio's story, if you wish to connect also with academia, because you have seen many business schools very closely. So Sanjay, over to you.
Okay. Can you hear me clearly?
Very well. Sanjay.
Okay, great. So thank you. And my apologies for not being present. So I think let me start by saying that people or businesses innovate when they live in what is called as present continuous. Yeah. What I mean by that is that your past only gives you confidence, but it does not give you a rite of passage. Yeah. If that concept is clear in mind, then I think a lot of new things can happen. Because most of us in management schools learn that there is a formula for everything, whether it's segmentation of the market or whether it is financial planning, this, that, and the other. Yeah, and we go by formulas because that's convenient. And in the new world, or in the world which is ever changing, your past only gives you confidence. It doesn't give you a rite of passage. So that's my opening kind of thing. Yeah, a bit of context about Jio just to feel good about it, because I like talking about it. So don't mind. So just half a minute on what Jio is all about.
Please go ahead.
So we were the 14th player in the market when we decided to launch this service. The market was completely saturated because the number of SIMs for eligible people were more than the population of this country. So people had multiple SIMs. And in a completely saturated market, how the hell do you create a business? Yeah. But 2 years we had spent about $18 billion without earning a penny. And therefore, the first thing about anything in business, or I'll stick to innovation in a manner of speaking, is that has somebody taken a big bet? When somebody takes a big bet like that, you get the confidence to do something, or you get the responsibility to do something. So the bet has to be big. The circumstances which Mr. Kobe mentioned about, when but will innovate when you are in a situation back to the wall in a manner of speaking, or you have necessity. Yeah. In our context, it was more back to the wall. Yeah. How the hell do you make business? Which means you're taking away customers from other people. That's really what it is. Do you have a unique service? Maybe you do. I mean, we did announce that, we'll give voice free, but very quickly everybody else caught up. Yeah. But look what our chairman did for us. Our chairman, Mr. Mukesh Ambani, said that, listen, I want 100 million customers in 180 days. Yeah. Now that's an impossible task. Impossible because, I mean, we didn't know how to get the first million. Forget about 100 million. But then that's him. He said, I want 100 million customers in 180 days. The problem with Reliance is that you cannot go back to him and tell him that, sir, it's never happened in the world. So he's always come back and say there is always the first time. And this is the kind of context that I wanted to set. When we work backwards, we realize that, things are not adding up. You needed to process about 8 customers per minute. And in 6 months, it was not adding up. And that's the first time we started thinking about, not looking at the past models, but, start looking forward. And therefore, forward thinking is about innovation, which means you're free from the past, the shackles of the past. Because, when you have an impossible target, you cannot go with models which were there before. If the models were useful, then, the life would have been very simple. So I think the first thing that happens is, you have a large goal. Point number 2 is that, the time is crunched and you have a will to do something. The other thing that we realized very quickly was this is not the sales director's job to get 100 million customers. And therefore, all of us had to jump in. And that's the first time. I mean, when you talk about, I don't know whether innovation is a process or a culture. I'll always struggle with it, but my conclusion, it's a culture. And whatever I'm saying is in hindsight. At that point in time, you really didn't know what the hell you were doing, but it doesn't matter. So in hindsight, this is the wisdom that that we gained. Yeah. We realized that this is not a one-person job, and everybody jumped in. And that's the first time we realized that crowdsourcing is something that will help us. And in innovation, people say get ideas from everybody, etc., etc. But when you put a process around it, it doesn't work according to me. This was a situation where you're back to the wall, and then you say, yeah, let's everybody jump in. Yeah. A lot of myths got broken on the way. For example, the myths were that people who sell SIMs don't sell handphones. People who sell handphones don't sell SIMs. We were so desperate is a wrong word. We were so motivated that we would have caught everybody walking on the road and say, "Arey bhai, 20 rupees le aaj SIM bech kiya." That was our mindset. 2 things. One, we did not want our organization, but more than that, somebody who had put $18-20 billion, without earning something for 2 years. We said that we must respect that. And that's how everybody came together as if it was their personal mission. The second important thing about doing something which is out of the box, in a manner of speaking, is when you have a goal which is also beyond just business. Because we are quite clear that if we do achieve what we are set to achieve, India will change. The enabling that it will do for India and Indians in particular, and particularly if you go to deep down villages and towns, I think that was a big mission. And I think that really set the tone in terms of, so whatever we did, and I almost say we get accused of being innovative, but I always say that, listen, it is the circumstances that make you think differently. So I'll kind of, end here. And if you have any questions specifically, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Yeah, thanks, Sanjay. In fact, what you said is always, you mention as if like it is a, circumstances, right? But those circumstances or compelling situation were dictated by you and yourself, your own company. And that's why when you mention about you have to get 100 million customers in 180 days, probably you put that as a mission, maybe chairman put that as a mission before all the employees. So likewise, do you really suggest that probably business schools need to create that compelling situation for themselves, so that, like what Kobe was mentioned about, necessity is a kind of mother of invention. Likewise, probably you think if probably business schools are cornered, they'll put back the wall, they will really start innovating far better manner than what they're doing today.
I think that would have been a simple answer. But I think, let me tell you one more thing, actually. When we reached 100 million customers, and we did it in 170 days, we had a celebration which lasted for 5 minutes. The chairman, the way he is, Mukesh Bhai said that, "Acha, ye sab theek hai. Where is my next 200 million?" So here you wanted to, kind of rest on your laurels for a moment. And that's when we realized one thing very clearly, that what got us to 100 million will not get us to the next 200. Yeah, and I think that is the important thing that I wanted to emphasize, which is, formula based. Back again, yeah, saying that 100 million is a formula. Now I'll just replicate it. Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, and therefore going back to the drawing board every time you have a large target is now become a part of the culture. Of course, Elon Musk said it, of course, yeah, first principle thinking. So we also believe we do first principle thinking every time. Yeah. So credit to him for using that word actually. And it's about this first principle thinking. Yeah. Education gives you frameworks. Yeah. And those frameworks are very, very important because you can contextualize everything. So I think those frameworks are very important. So when you look at case studies, there is always one answer or a couple of answers. And I think that's very limiting. Yeah. Also, management education is very binary in nature. Yeah, which is say there is one right answer and there is, the other answer is wrong. And India is a culture which is a or culture and not a or culture, but it's an and culture. You can do this and that. When you are allowed to do this and that, innovation happens or creativity happens. Because somebody says, "No, this is the only track to take," it doesn't work. Particularly if your ambition is higher, particularly in the world which is ever changing, you cannot go with saying that there is only one answer. So once you decide saying that हम इसी रास्ते पे चलेंगे तो वो चलता नहीं है, ये भी रास्ता देखते, वो भी रास्ता देखते, let's see what works. And therefore this and that is far more important, this or that kind of thing. Yeah.
Perfect. Sanjay, thank you very much. Now probably I'll move to Rohit. I believe Rohit has got a kind of a bit of presentation, right? Few slides. Would like to show those slides?
If they are available,
Yeah,
otherwise...
I'm sure. Kiran, those slides you can display? Yes. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, give big hand to Kobiji because Kobiji need to leave for the next appointment. Thank you very much, Kobiji. Oh, sorry, just 1 minute. I'll request D.Y. Patil ji to honor our very dear friend of not only us as an individual or we school, but even for India. And Dr. D.Y. Patil is felicitating Kobiji. Good.
We thank Honorable Kobi Shoshani for being with us for today's evening. Thank you so much, sir.
Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra. Anay, thank you very much, and the team with Kobiji. Sanjay, in fact, Kobiji excused himself because of the next commitment. So now we have you and Rohit taking on your shoulders the responsibility to show us the way for innovation. And Rohit is going to share a few slides, right?
So I had a few topics around exponential innovation, and I'll try to keep it brief, but the whole idea is to give you an exposure to how the world is moving exponentially. The slide says that software is eating the world, right? And that means software is going to change the way we operate, and let's see how. First, I want to talk about platform innovation. Look at Amazon Kindle. Kindle is a platform that changed the game for books and it changed the games for publishers. Kindle is a platform where any one of you here can also publish a book at a very low cost. Also, you may remember that the Kindle book prices are maybe 10% lower than the physical book prices, which means that the cost of incremental book that Amazon sells on software is literally zero, but the revenue is as close as the physical book revenues. Not just that, they are innovating in in-house brands through Alexa. How? Do you know that if you search on Alexa, Alexa tell me, I want to buy pencil cells or battery packs, it shows you the first result as Amazon Basics, which is the Amazon's own brand for batteries. This means that you're innovating through the Alexa device, and because of which you are able to sell your own brands and your own products at a much higher price because you are at the top of the search results because you own the funnel. So that's platform innovation. Second thing is the service innovation. You may all remember the Amazon Prime Air deliveries that were actually someday an April Fool's joke, but this is now a reality. Customer delivery in anticipation. On the right, what you see is, I don't know how many of you are aware, but Amazon has a patent in anticipatory shipping, which means if you are just browsing on Amazon, something that you're contemplating buying, let's say an iPhone 14 that has just been launched in the market and you're browsing it on Amazon, Amazon knows whether you're going to buy it or not, and it will start packing the iPhone 14 and put it in a tempo and start shipping it towards your address even before you have actually clicked purchase. So this is innovation in anticipation of sales. This is like next level, right? Look at the level of innovation here where they have patents in anticipatory shipping and anticipatory packaging. So when you think of service and think of exponential service, this is what comes to my mind. Next piece is what is actually on the Gartner hype curve. On innovation, in fundamental innovations, it's worth looking at what are the things that will change the world in the next few years. And Gartner does a great job at it and talks about Web 3.0 and super apps. Super apps, we are not so familiar with in India, but China has many super apps like WeChat, where you can do payments, you can do e-commerce, you can do video, you can do entertainment, you can do social media all in one app. So this is the future of innovation in technologies. Next, I would like to talk about the Panch Pandavas of technologies: AI, VR, IoT, blockchain, and robotics. I would not spend much time on this, but this is really what management students also need to imbibe. All of you in a few years, those who are students here, would be thriving into the world of corporate world, and you would be having to learn blockchain, IoT, AI, and innovation as well. Last but not the least, I would talk about fundamental innovation. This is something that is very close to my heart and I think very relevant to India. There's a company called Appeal Biosciences that has come up with a chemical liquid that, if applied on top of, it's an organic liquid, by the way, that when applied on top of grapes or strawberries and other fruits, does not alter the healthy nature of the fruit, but keeps the fruit fresh for several more days. Now, this kind of innovation is really important for India and Indian agriculture because approximately 30% of our agricultural produce gets wasted in transit. Imagine 30% of fruit produce getting wasted in transit, and being able to save that just because you are able to add a few more days to the grapes or fruits. In fact, if you talk to some members in India from some other cities like Nagpur or central India, they say that we don't get to enjoy some of the fruits because by the time the fruits are transported to these cities, they lose the freshness Either they are super expensive or they are not fresh. So these kind of fundamental innovations can change the way our agriculture works. And this I call fundamental scientific innovations that can change the game for India as a nation. Finally, I would stop by saying innovation can be of different types. One is grassroots level innovation. Think of someone innovating for a device to climb coconut trees, to remove coconuts from the top of the tree, right? So that is a grassroots level innovation. There are corporate innovations like Amazon Alexa or Amazon Kindle. And then there are national level innovations like NAVIC. NAVIC is the GPS equivalent set up by ISRO. And that is something that we all can use in a few months or maybe in a year or so, all to navigate through the country. Because GPS today is a technology driven by US. And in times of crisis or in times of war, we may not be able to use GPS with the same accuracy and availability that we otherwise would need it to. So there is also national level innovation that can happen. And I urge all the management institutes here present and all the students to think of innovating at all of these scales: grassroots level innovation, platform innovation, corporate innovation, and national level innovation. Thank you.
Thanks, Rohit. It's a very kind of, lucid way of presentations, and Rohit has a lot of examples. I just wish to ask one simple question to Rohit and Sanjay. Sanjay, are you there? Hello,
Yeah,
Sanjay.
very much there.
Okay, just one question, then I'm going to open for at least 3-4 questions to the audience. The question is, in terms of mindset point of view, or developing, Sanjay mentioned about innovation culture, right, Sanjay?
Yeah.
But that culture in education industry, or I won't say industry, but in education or academia, is so deep rooted in terms of the historical perspective, value systems. So to change that culture is obviously going to be very difficult anytime. And that's why people started talking about innovation climate. That climate is probably can be, developed over a period of time, but may not take much time. The culture to change, it takes time. Is there any kind of quick fix solution for our faculties, our leadership in the business schools or student to think a bit more on the, I'll say, creative mindset point of view? Still, innovation is a far-fetched idea because it's a 2 years MBA program, which many of the business schools are running. But is there any kind of quick solution which they can really achieve in about a year or 2 years time to see the changes from the mindset point of view? And using design thinking, Sanjay. But design
Yeah,
thinking,
okay.
you're
Yeah.
absolutely
Yeah.
great fan of that. Yes, and open to both.
You want to go first?
Go ahead, Sanjay.
Okay, fine. So, I mean, you'll understand it much better than I do, that this world is about problem solving. Yeah. Software eating the, what did you say? I forget that. You mentioned about. Yeah.
Software eating the world.
Software eating the world. Yeah. Software is about problem solving. I think the fundamental mindset that you need to build is about problem solving. And I don't think it is given the kind of emphasis that it needs to be given. So that's my first submission. And what kind of problems to solve is really, if you look at social sector, if you look at businesses, and if you look at any other sectors put together, and to me, giving an exposure to problem solve there, yeah, whether it's faculty led or it's student led, etc., yeah, creates a mindset about problem solving. And problem solving is not about what's worked in the past and what's worked in China and so on and so forth. Yeah, it's about saying that रोड पे गड्ढे बहुत है मुंबई में, तो मुझे उसको प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करना है, इसका सॉल्यूशन क्या है? Yeah, the tried and tested solutions are over, it's not working. Yeah, and that builds a mindset in terms of problem solving, and it does lead to innovation in a manner of speaking, or thinking differently in a manner of speaking. So getting exposure to various sectors as a project or and of course there are live projects available, but having said that, yeah, one can just go and pick up any social issue, for example, yeah, which nobody has been able to solve. That builds a mindset, and I think that's really important as a quick solution.
Thanks, Sanjay. But before I could move to Rohit for his response, just keep in mind your question, be ready, and maybe any of the volunteers can carry the cordless mics to the participant. But just be conscious of the fact that I got a message from the AIMS president and others that in 10 minutes we need to wrap up this session. So while asking question, please restrict to question in a crispy manner instead of giving a big explanation. So over to Rohit now.
My suggestion is to the student as well as faculty to debate and discuss all the innovation news throughout the curriculum and be incredibly inquisitive about it. For example, recently Volkswagen launched a 100% electric car in virtual reality. Now, students should be asking, why is Volkswagen, which is one of the largest fuel car making company in the world, launching a 100% electric car? Secondly, why is it launching it in VR? Why not launch in a real stadia or in a hall or in a ceremony, but launch in a virtual world? Why is Amazon acquiring Roomba robot company, right? You should learn that, oh, they are acquiring this because they can be inside your home and map entire floor plan of your home, have a camera inside your home, have microphone in your home, and record and listen to what you are saying in the home so that they can decide what to sell you more. So this kind of inquisitiveness around the news is what will help you learn more about innovation and probably also inspire you to do something similar.
Okay. Thanks, Rohit. Now over to, first we'll give preference to students in case if any student wish to ask question about the topic. Introduce yourself.
Hello.
Yeah.
So this is Shormista from DSIMS.
Yeah.
So I had a question regarding the fruit coating that you mentioned, the appeal sciences. So I wanted to ask, do you think people would be accepting of such a product where you put a chemical in your fruits? So yeah.
Okay.
Well, as I mentioned, it's organic and you may not even know that it has been applied. Secondly, you don't even know what you're eating today, right? Probably the bananas that are ripened artificially today, while we are all eating them, they are ripened artificially through harmful chemicals, and a lot of people don't even know. What government can do there is they can do gradation of such fruits and do labeling and allow. In fact, the day is not too far when you have holograms on fruits saying authentic bananas ripened with organic chemical and not harmful chemicals and so on.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. Yeah, anybody else from student side? Then we'll move to faculty and directors.
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Hello.
Yeah, be bit loud enough. Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Shrikant from Chetna's Institute of Management and Research. So while we are talking a lot about innovation, can you spread more light about diffusion of innovation? Because I think that is also critical in some point.
Okay, Sanjay, would you like to respond or Rohit?
I actually don't understand the question, so I'm at a loss.
The question is around diffusion of innovation, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the concept of diffusion is.
So-
I'm really
so
sorry.
I would, the way I understand is that spreading the innovation and getting adaptation from people. So my answer to that is like Steve Jobs said, not me. Real innovation is magic, right? You don't even know when it happens. You don't even know how it works, but it just works and it wows. Nobody had to ask people to buy iPhones, right? Isn't an iPhone selling 1 billion phones a year diffusion of innovation? Because iPhone is one of the most innovative products out there in the world. So you didn't have to go and sell or tell people to adopt innovation. It automatically happens. Similarly, Tesla, right? Tesla was the first electric sports car in the world, Tesla Roadster. And Elon Musk didn't have to go and sell the Tesla Roadster to people. People just were wowed by the kind of car it is. And today it is one of the largest car making company in the world. So real innovation does not need diffusion. It happens just automatically.
Good. Yeah, anybody else? Final from student, then we are moving forward. Anybody in students? Students seems to be quite inquisitive. That's a good sign, President. Ajit Singh ji, students are quite inquisitive. Really nice. First of all, the good audience at 6:45 in the evening. So many people are sitting here. So in fact, we should clap for them, for all the students and the participants. Otherwise, we know what happened. So you must have brought out some innovative measures, right? Ajit Singh ji, we will ask you in the evening. Yeah, please go ahead, students.
Good evening, sir. This is Vivek from Saraswati Tyagaraja College, Pollachi. So I would like to talk about innovation and its constraints. Even, NASA, they are with the helical engines, which is going to beat the light speed. And there is a 6-year boy, some 16-year-old boy from Tamil Nadu or some southern part of India who had invented a satellite, a mini satellite. So there are constraints. Why don't people with more of innovations are not picked up and they are not lit up in our country, sir? So what could that happen? So that if it goes like this, even we guys have innovations and we don't have the right path and we don't have the right mentors to go choose and we get there. So what could happen if there are constraints?
Well, one answer to that is today morning in Mumbai only we had Smart India Hackathon where innovators from across India gathered together in one place to showcase their innovations to solve 1 billion people's problems. So government is also taking initiatives to remove these constraints and try and spread these innovations, give voice to the innovators. That is one piece. Second piece is the innovator himself has to be an entrepreneur as well, right? There is this great story of Edison, how he not just invented the bulb, but he was also able to then commercialize it through GE, and how the electric bulb got popular. So an innovator also has to, that's why making patents and thinking commercially about innovations is important. An innovator who is also an entrepreneur can really take his innovations places. But an innovation that only stays in the lab without much of publicity or reach out to people or public stays a lab innovation. And that's a constraint that we have to live with as a real life constraint.
So does accessibility, how there we get used to the, when people, no, the accessibility speaks a lot, no, sir, if it comes in the constraint. Not everyone comes and knows that there is something happening over there and you can go there and you can exhibit. So the accessibility can be more widen up so that everyone gets the the opportunity,
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I think Rohit also mentioned, that recent measures, like almost from 2017, when Smart India Hackathon was started, it was just the first time. But today, when you see the scale, almost millions of students are participating across thousands of maybe engineering colleges, maybe business schools as well. So that has got penetrated in the probably definitely not only in urban centers, but you will find in last few years, the 49% of the startups are coming from the tier 2, tier 3 cities, not from the urban centers. That happened because I think that accessibility or reach has increased. Probably there is still scope to widen that. And I'm more than confident that it will reach. And what Kobiji also mentioned, that number of unicorns also growing in India is phenomenal. As on date, even it's about 121 unicorns with $338 billion kind of market cap. So I'm sure, I think what you said is true, but there is scope for improvement. Now we will move to our faculty colleagues and the directors. Maybe last 1 or 2 questions if you have, then we'll lead to closure. Yeah.
Good evening, sir. This is Dr. Kerav Pandya from CKS VIM, Vadodara, Gujarat. Sir, when we are talking about innovation, we are always focusing on the technology part or engineering part. As far as management education is concerned, my question is to all the industrialists. What are your expectations from the management institute that the institute can deliver to the students?
Okay.
Both Rohit.
Yeah, maybe Sanjay, would you like to?
नहीं वो क्या है ना, आधे क्वेश्चन तो मेरे को समझ में नहीं आते, बट चलो ये थोड़ा बहुत समझ में आया. So you have a, if you have a good co-panelist, you are saved actually. So thanks for that, यार. नहीं तो मैं तो एकदम confused हो जाता. चलो, what is the expectation? Yeah, I'll give an example actually more than anything else. Yeah, like I said, there is a classic distribution model that exists, and that gets taught, for example, as a framework in a management school. Yeah, our realization was that the traditional distribution models don't work. Yeah, in the new world, when you have to quickly scale up, for example, or when you have to grab the market opportunity, the classical models don't work. Yeah, but if I am locked into that, then that's the way I will behave. And therefore, distribution was one example. There was the other examples where retailers will behave in a particular manner because that's what retail science tells you our experience was completely different. I'm not saying that we knew it and we did something. Like I said, the wisdom is in hindsight. Yeah, because we just went about doing things and it worked for us. And those are the examples that I'm sharing with you. So as long as you in management education, emphasize that this is only a framework, yeah, but keep an open mind when circumstances are different. When everything is equal, then the model works. But everything is not equal. Yeah, to me, contextualizing is very important. I don't know whether I've answered your question, but that's my quick answer to that.
Yeah, does make sense, Sanjay. Yeah, I'll go to Rohit, and if Rohit wish to respond to it.
So another thing is, I fully understand that management institutes would teach management and not technology. Otherwise there are IITs and other engineering colleges for that. But like Dr. Anish Shah mentioned in an earlier session, that at Mahindra or at any other company, for example, today, the leaders are expected to understand technology. You cannot have a CEO in today's world who does not understand artificial intelligence or who does not understand digital, right? So teaching and inculcating how to absorb any new technology and understand its business implications is important. That's first. Second piece is the ethics of innovation is also important. I often give this example that if you are using an artificial intelligence algorithm to give loans, and that algorithm is biased against certain ethnicity, certain genders, it's not the right way to launch the algorithm. While an engineer may design such an algorithm and he may say, use this, but the leader or a manager has to be the person putting his foot down and say, the algorithms and my innovation has to be fair and equitable. So ethical innovation is also important. And especially in case of artificial intelligence, it has come to the fore that it's very important that the leadership at the top says that we want ethical AI. For example, tomorrow, if we have driverless cars and some rich person is driving a driverless car and there are pedestrians trying to cross the road, who will the driverless car hit? Would it compromise the owner of the car or the pedestrian? And if at all such a thing happens, who is to be blamed? The maker of the car or the maker of the operating system or the owner of the car? And who gets the license for the car because the car is driven by say, Google OS or Tesla OS and so on, right? So in such cases, navigating leadership understanding of ethics of innovation is also important. And that is what should also be taught by management institutes.
Thanks, Rohit, for this wonderful response by both Sanjay and Rohit as well. But you'll really find if you see recent ranking, Wharton has been adjudged as #1 in the globe for responsible research. So what Wharton is trying to work out in different verticals, be it as well as on the areas like maybe in social, maybe responsible in social space, or maybe in academic space, maybe technology space. So likewise, when you're trying to look into it, people are looking forward to that how your even innovations is going to have impact on the other multiple stakeholders. So I think we need to be like a need analyst and look at the needs of the other side of the stakeholders and then try to move in that direction, which would really make sense. So I'm sure I think we can pick up the clues from this and look around. That will make sense. We'll go to the final question to any maybe a director or any faculty who wish to ask.
Hello.
Hello, good evening. Hello, who's that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It is just a request that we can extend this question answer session for next more 10 minutes because it is really fruitful and people are enjoying this.
And I'm sure you'll enjoy
Please,
not 10 minutes for even 1 hour because both these speakers are of that caliber. So you should thank actually Ajit Singh and the team for getting such speakers. But I'm getting the indication this is called as a stop. So next time they'll not invite me as the chairman for any of these forums. I had to kind of safeguard my job as well. Beyond teacher, I'm a kind of chairperson. Yeah, any other maybe off the kind of, this session also we can have interaction. But any other final question by any directors, any of the faculties? Good evening, sir. Who's this side? Oh, sorry. Students are more inquisitive, looks like.
Actually, there are 3 questions from
Virtually? Here, 3. But I think let's go ahead quickly. We'll actually do justice to students. Maybe faculties will consider later on. Be loud enough and ask bit, questions which can be understood by our esteemed panelists.
Yes, sir. So my name is Tanzil Ansari and I am a student of GNVS Institute of Management. So my question is pretty simple. Like we have seen a lot of innovations in our country or globally, like the way how people book cabs, or how people commute from one place to another, or how people book hotels, rooms and all. So my question is pretty simple. It's like, how can one spot opportunities for innovation, and what should be the approach towards it? And like, what should be the management institute's contribution towards it?
So, I would like to refer to the hexagon of innovation that one of my advisors at MIT, Professor Ramesh Raskar, propagates. The hexagon of innovation talks about the X as the idea, right? Or the problem, X as the problem. If you have X as the idea or problem, think of X plus Y, which is, can you combine it with something else? I'll tell you one example here, which is in astronomy, because there are clouds and all, people had figured out how to deblur the images in astronomical radio telescopes. That was used in SLR cameras, and hence when it is brought to retail photography, which is the photography that you and I do, the same technology used in a smaller scale, instead of Hubble telescope in an SLR, Nikon or Canon camera, gives you better deblurred images, right? So that's one way to think of, which is X plus Y. Think of X bar. X bar is do exactly opposite of what others are doing. So there is a Fosbury flip concept. You may remember the bar jump, right? The long jump pole vault that people do at Olympics. So everybody used to jump with their stomach side down on the pole vault or on the bar jump. But in this guy Fosbury, back maybe 30, 40 years back, tried to think differently. He said, what if I jump with my backside down on the pole vault? And he was able to beat all the world records. And after that, that flip, that jump started being known as Fosbury flip. So X bar is another way to think of it. Another thing is X raised to N, which means whatever you are doing, can you do exponentially, which means better, faster, cheaper, right? Just doing the same thing at a larger scale or at a bigger scale. For example, gigapixel cameras, that is also an innovation. Do you know about gigapixel cameras? These are cameras where if you take one photo from the top of a very tall building, you can see kilometers far and zoom in, right? That's gigapixel camera. So that is X raised to N, exponential thinking or exponential innovation. Then another thing that you can also do is, having the nail find the hammer, which means you have found a problem, you try to find a solution for it. And another way to think about it is, you have a solution, can you find the problems, right? So
yes.
This is the framework for innovation, and you can think of this, you can Google Raskar hexagon, RASKAR, online as well, and you will see a nice framework on how to think of innovation.
Thank you so much, sir.
That's in fact, Ramesh Raskar, you should really Google, because for us also, even at V School, Ramesh Raskar being our mentor, and what we started with RedX Lab in V School was because of an MIT, and not only in MIT, but in US, he was adjudged as one of the top-notch innovator in US. And a lot of wonderful things which he's doing. So I think we need to get into a bit more reading, scanning the environment, which makes sense. Yeah, maybe we'll go to the last question. Yeah. Just be loud enough so that Sanjay also can hear your question.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Shilpa Kasbaze from Chetna's Institute of Management and Research. Sir, so much is said about problem solving, because that is very important. And when it comes to the management institute, we cannot be technology institutes, but there has to be 100% blend between management and technology. So when it comes to problem solving, how important is technical feasibility, financial feasibility, and operational feasibility dimension of this in the classroom teaching? And if it is really important, then what kind of support, what kind of academia industry connect we can have?
Sanjay, long question, any short answer or long answer?
No, I think what was said earlier is absolutely correct. And in today's world, if you don't understand technology, particularly for people who make business decisions, it's a no-no. I mean, you have to understand technology. You have to understand enough of technology rather. Yeah. I don't know how much gets taught, but writing simple algorithms, etc., I don't know whether it gets taught. It's still at the Excel level. Yeah. So, and these are simple things, because that gets you exposure to or your fear of getting over technology. A lot of people have mindset issues in terms of technology. Some people think it's exotic, and some people think it is, not for me kind of thing. Yeah. So I think exposure to technology is very important. I think, this debate goes on endlessly about industry and academia, and but I think the discipline of problem solving is something that that can be collaborated, because a lot of problem solving that happens in businesses. Yeah. And to get a fresh mind, which is not biased in a manner of speaking, always helps. And therefore, throwing the problems back to a management school or a technology institution actually helps. And we've done that often. Hackathon is a form of doing it, but we have said that no, let's take a specific problem and ask the institution to solve it for us, kind of thing. Yeah. And I think that works. That works. Yeah. So that's a quick one. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Just to share with you, Shilpa, in terms of long-term point of view, what we have witnessed while working with few companies, and we had, I'm sure Anil remembers, we had Shrikant, who was the managing director of DXC, where DXC is almost $22 billion company. With DXC, what they did on many occasions, that instead of going for even placement, they used to give problem statements to students and the faculties, and they used to tell them, you solve this problem, and then we will decide the price tag. They decide the price tag. Yes. Likewise, there are many technology companies in the world. They are really looking at it from the similar angle, that why one should go to the campus. Give the problem statements. If the people wish to earn in thousands of dollars or millions of dollars, fair enough. So future trend is going to definitely change. Yes, sir. And somewhere when we are looking at, even in V School also, we looked at actually globally, and I'm sure Sanjay is a very strong proponent of design thinking, and we learned from him. And so T-shaped mindset kind of thought process, which we used to follow. That certain areas you may be kind of, quite specialized on the basis of your interest or inclination, but you should think or learn like the breadth of the T. Like probably, instead of getting into silos of only marketing or finance, probably I should learn a bit more in 360 degree as well. Because in long-term point of view, as and when you go up in the hierarchy, it is necessity that you should be thinking like a business manager. So all the aspects need to be really considered while keeping in mind your depth or that interest also. You would like to touch base on finally?
Just one last thing I would like to add is hustle is important in terms of knowing technology, knowing feasibility. You are not supposed to know things, but you can find resources who can tell you about whether it's feasible or not. There is nothing stopping an MBA student in Mumbai or whichever city you are in to go reach out to an engineering college nearby in your own town, or go to the professors or to students and ask them, do you think this is feasible? Do you think there is a technology to do this? What is the cost? Can we together build a prototype? So hustle is important in this.
And my personal take is having a growth mindset is the name of the game. As Rohit rightly mentioned, and I'm sure Sanjay would believe in, that you may not be master in all the areas, but your skill set to garner the strengths of the other people and tackle the problem. And that's quite possible. So, but being that growth mindset is must. If you're getting into the fixed mindset and opinionated with the prejudge, conceived that kind of notion, it is very difficult. But thank you very much, Shilpa, for this wonderful question. And thanks to all the people who asked the questions and made it so interesting. Thank you. So I must thank Rohit, Sanjay, and Kobiji for bringing such a different flavor in the evening. And I think the way in which we are going to see next 2 days, in fact, tomorrow and day after tomorrow, I'm sure all the panel members and the moderators will also push them to bring about the innovations in the other sessions as well, so that it will be far more interesting. But thank you very much, organizers, for giving us a chance. Yeah, Prachi, over to you.
We thank all our esteemed panel members for sharing deep insight and great example that makes it evident that innovation is truly the key to success in today's world. May I now request Dr. Ajit Singh Theti to please come on the dais to present a memento to our august panel members.
Creative way, how you're going to give Sanjay now, Sanjay Jo? This is a question. Now I think you should answer.
Good one, good one.
We thank Mr. Sanjay Jog for being present with us virtually. Will be, yes, of course, with the fast-paced transport what we have, we will be sending across the memento shortly.
Okay. Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Rohit. Thanks.
All right, so we are not calling it a day because we have exciting cultural event to be unfold shortly. This will be followed by dinner. The dinner will be served in the terrace area, just adjoining the auditorium. I request all to be back in 10 minutes and we will be unfolding the exciting cultural event. Thank you so much.
He was a great man. He was an ICS officer and then in private sector afterwards with ACC.
A platform for managers to come together and share principles of management and practices in India.
The talk, as far as I can recall after so many years, was on how to strengthen professional management and management development movement in Bombay.
Bombay, with its natural harbour, was a godsend, and the focus was to set up base for the perfect administration of the city by building its basic infrastructure.
Sensing its potential to grow and wanting to play an integral part in the evolution of this new Bombay, the newly born BMA in 1956 moved to its own premises at Army Navy Building, Kalakoda, Mumbai, where it set up its foundation.
So our object was to get the science of those families, to get in, interact, network, stay together, exchange experiences, thoughts. And I think it did an eminently fine job, because there are very few management institutes here.
Luminaries like Mr. S.P. Godrej and Mr. Kirloskar became a part of BMA, from where they benefited and learned a great deal, and then went on to become benchmarks of success in corporate India.
Bombay was a city of opportunity. It did not discriminate between caste, community, and creed. It rewarded hard work and enterprise, and among the many communities who contributed to the growth of the city were the Bora Muslims, the Parsis, and the Jews.
BMA too is proud to have on board icons of industry who share their amazing expertise and thereby add so much value to the corporate and entrepreneurial success of our country.
Bombay Management Association, I actually grew up with. I have a very close association with them. And so you're a young engineer, you come to the city of Bombay. What is it that influenced you? And for me, it is the Bombay Management Association. Young people respond very well to icons, management icons. You know, in those days, Keshav Mahindra, Naval Tata, J.R.D. Tata, Prakash Tandon were very big names. And if one got a chance to see some of them or hear some of them through the BMA, one felt very privileged. BMA completes 50 years, and it's been a glorious 50 years. It was started before All India Management Association. I wish them all the best for the future.
Apart from the club culture that was introduced in the early 19th century, the game of cricket was also brought to Bombay first, and with the introduction of cinema, Bombay became the country's film capital too.
The milestones of BMA 2 are nothing short of astonishing.
We were working out of a small place in the Army and Navy building. And from there, we decided that we need to expand our physical infrastructure and our IT infrastructure. And that's when we came into the Podar House.
Apart from receiving Best Local Management Award several times, BMA has to its credit the participation of many luminaries from the national and international arena of management.
Bombay Management Association has consistently nurtured excellence by contributing to the process of enhancing learning by individuals and organizations. The programs conducted by Bombay Management Association have always been relevant not only to individuals but also to the organization. The awards initiated by Bombay Management Association for the individual category, for the corporate category, and for the community service category have always inspired recognition. I wish to congratulate Bombay Management Association and all its members and all its trustees of the past and current for the selfless contribution in enhancing excellence and in running BMA so successfully and so transparently.
An honorary membership was awarded to the Guru of Management, Mr. Peter Drucker, during the BMA's Silver Jubilee celebrations in 1978, where he presided as the chief guest. A first for India was when Professor Parkinson delivered a lecture on management in a planned economy in 1981. And it is with a great sense of pride that BMA can boast of Mr. J.R.D. Tata taking part in BMA programming, where he gained a lot of experience and also lent his support to the cause of the association.
As the city grew, it attracted people of all faiths.
Having the advantage of being affiliated to the All India Management Association, BMA grew from strength to strength by broadening
Dear
its
all,
services
we would be
to the
beginning with our
sector,
cultural
both
session.
for
Please,
local
I
companies
request you all to
and
please
the
be seated.
multinationals.
Volunteers,
BMA organized its most
Kapil sir,
successful
we have to
international
begin with the
tax planning
cultural session.
conference
Can you just
for the
call
ninth
everybody from
successive year.
outside?
In 2003,
So outside,
the conference was truly
can everybody
a
please
global
be
event
seated?
with Professor Klaus Vogel, Professor Emeritus, University of Munich, presiding as chairman. 3 distinct categories are drawn towards training and participation of managers.
Well, we were responsible for all the educational programs that BMA was creating at that time. Bombay Management Association now attracts the topmost people. The conventions that it holds are something that Mumbai looks forward to as signature events. Ranjan Banerjee and myself.
Dear all, we need to start our cultural session. Please, can we be seated?
There are a lot of thinking going into it. But as I see it, it's become a permanent thing.
One of the major success stories of BMA.
Dear all, can you please be seated? We need to start our cultural program and then proceed for the dinner. Dear faculty members, I request all.
There is a prayer song.
Balwinder sir, can you please get everybody from outside? We need to start our cultural session. All, please be seated. We need to start our cultural program, followed by the dinner. Dear all, we request you to please be seated. We need to start our cultural session. I request all the volunteers to please get the guests from outside behind the banquet hall, please. Dear all, kindly be seated. We need to start our cultural session. Just me. Dear all, kindly be seated. We need to start our cultural session, followed by the dinner. Arshad, please go and get volunteer guests from outside. Arshad, please request the guests to come and be seated inside. Arshad, also please call the Gidda girls and Maharashtrian dance to please come. I request all our students to come forward. Can everybody please come forward? Vivek, the volunteers, please get the guests. Please ask the guests to come inside. Shubh. I request the volunteers. हाँ ठीक है उनको follow
Pinga the pori, pinga the pori, pinga.
Good evening, everybody. Namaste, namaskar, sasriyakar. The cultural evening awaits all of us, and would like to begin it with the quote which says that Sahitya Academy given by Dr. S. Radhakrishnan reads, all Indian literature is one, written in different languages. And according to Swami Vivekananda, it was India's religion that taught the world both tolerance and universal acceptance. India has always given space to streams of thought, allowed them to flourish. And yes, it's unity in diversity, which is one of our strengths, which has always been demonstrated. We are glad that today, for the management convention, GNIMS students will be presenting the culture of India in their own ways. And let's start this beautiful evening invoking blessings from the Almighty. And to present the prayer dance, we have talent from our own very institute, Guru Nanak Institute of Management Studies. And I call upon Miss Siddhi Praveen Sawan, who is a trained Bharatnatyam dancer, Aishwarya Rane, who is a trained Kathak dancer. I request both the artists to please come on the dais. I request the IT team to play the prayer song for us. And I hope that you all enjoy this beautiful performance by our students.
ओंकार स्वरूप स्वरूपा सद्गुरु समर्था ओंकार स्वरूपा सद्गुरु समर्था अनाथाच्या नाथा तुझ नमो तुझ नमो तुझ नमो तुझ नमो तुझ नमो ओंकार स्वरूपा सद्गुरु समर्था ओंकार स्वरूपा सद्गुरु समर्था अनाथाच्या नाथा तुझ नमो तुझ नमो तुझ नमो तुझ नमो तुझ नमो
So now moving from the Mridangam to the dhols, we have a killing performance coming from the Maharashtra, which is a medley of songs. And I'm sure the artists from GNIMS family are going to set the floor on fire with their spectacular performance. And we have our team coming up: Bhavna Jaina, Riya Gandhi, Rasika Bhavsar, Achal Singh, Mitali Sawant, Vishakha Ghadi, Babita Majumdar, Ghoshita Dalvi, Trupti Godbole, Sanika Thanekar, Payal Badhe, Saili Gaikwad, Siddhi Malusare, Harsh Gupta, Pratik Joshi, Siddhesh Shikarne, Pritesh Tendulkar, Pratik Dhamakle, and Krishnakant Sharma. Over to the team.
Pingagapori, 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 pinga. Mala pingyani mala bolavli raat khalavli pori pinga. Pingagapori, 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 pinga. Mala pingyani mala bolavli raat khalavli pori pinga. लटपट कमर दामिनी अधर रागिनी हो लटपट कमर दामिनी अधर रागिनी मेरे घर आई कैसे सजी धजी देखो मेरे पिया की सांवरी जिया से बावरी मेरे अंगना में देखो आज खिला है चांद के बाजे धुन झम झम झमाके जा तू नाची मन झम झम झमाके जा के बाजे धुन झम झम झमाके जा तू नाची मन झम झम झमाके जा Pingagapori, 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 pinga. Pingagapori, 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 pinga.
रुपेरी वालू सोनेरी राटा त्याव माझवर तरतय कोणे देशीने हो कोणे गावीने हो सांग तुझ्या मनान काय करतय कोणे देशीने हो कोणे गावीने हो सांग तुझ्या मनान काय करतय कोणे देशीने हो कोणे गावीने हो सांग तुझ्या मनान काय करतय
नखवा भरीन नेशलता नील सागरी दुनियेची सफर देशीलता नको बघू समनी होते कस माझे काळजान भरली रलास तुझे नजरेच्या झाल्यामध्ये काली जगतल आज गोव्याच्या किनाऱ्यावर नखवा भरीन नेशलता गोव्याच्या किनाऱ्यावर नखवा बेगीन नेशलना
इच्छा तुझे मनी ये वो माझे जानी न सांगता समजल का त्या गोव्याचे बाजारानू हात हाती देशील का
पैसे गोवेश रांजरी नेशे सांगान इतिहास माझे परवाल का माझे कवीरा माऊलीचा दर्शन घरवाल का
रुपेरी वालू सोनेरी लाटा त्याव माझावर कतरतय रुपेरी वालू सोनेरी लाटा त्याव माझावर कतरतय
कोणी देशी नेशे कोणी गावी नेशे सांग तुझे मनाला काय चाललंय
कोणी देशी नेमू कोणी गावी नेमू सांग तुझे मनाला काय करतय कोणी देशी नेमू कोणी गावी नेमू सांग तुझे मनाला काय करतय कोणी देशी नेमू कोणी गावी नेमू सांग तुझे मनाला काय करतय हैया हो
किसी ने यहाँ रे
काल मृत्यु मरता काम करता जो चंडाल का
رزقك في الضخام وبالشيخ عالم خاصة مبيلة ولاد الحومة مش وطننا مقيلة شرف العينين بالخير ما يعيش بس الفيلة يحبوا يسوقونا كيف السيلة ومرمت في زبيبة وخلقوا السكينة مكيلة يحبوك بري ما عندك شي عيلة عيشوا في سيستم حكموا ولاد المتحيلة يحبوك غايب عن الوجود زادت على حق الكورة غيب اللي يحبوه موجود يما يسروا معك شخالة على الكوت شخال أولاد الحومة قاعد تعمل حدود زيدوا في قفصك مركوت واثبع مسيب وزيدك لك عالشك يما يحبوك قاعد في زنقة مدفوت والمستقبل اللي تشوف فيه متعدي بحتك
ليلى وش بش نشكي لك يما وقالوا لي ليلى صيروا في قلبي غمة حبتي 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 حبتي
It is not working. So moving on to some Punjabi tadka. Gidde diye raniye to gidde vich aake jara nach ke dikha. To translate these simple lines, they just mean that let's dance Punjabi style. So before I ask my patolas and billos to come and demonstrate the high-spirited revelry through Gidda, let me tell you something about the dance form. So Gidda is deeply rooted in Punjabi culture and is higher energy, and it's known for its graceful movements. Bright clothes, bolis, rhythmic clapping, and traditional folk songs blend in to transform the dance into a spontaneous display of joy. So without taking any more time, I invite the Gidda girls from Khalsa and faculty and students of GNIMS to set the stage on fire.
ऊंचे भाई के वे नरमा कत दी
ਓਏ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਗਿੱਧੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੱਚ ਪਤਲੋਨੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਲੱਕ ਨਾ ਮਰੋੜਾ ਖਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਗਿੱਧੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੱਚ ਪਤਲੋਨੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਲੱਕ ਨਾ ਮਰੋੜਾ ਖਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਕੱਚ ਦਾ ਸਮਾਨ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਰੱਖ ਸਾਂਭ ਕੇ ਨੀ ਕਿਤੇ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ ਤੜਕ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਗਿੱਧੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੱਚ ਪਤਲੋਨੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਲੱਕ ਨਾ ਮਰੋੜਾ ਖਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਗਿੱਧੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੱਚ ਪਤਲੋਨੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਲੱਕ ਨਾ ਮਰੋੜਾ ਖਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਗਿੱਧੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੱਚ ਪਤਲੋਨੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਲੱਕ ਨਾ ਮਰੋੜਾ ਖਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਗਿੱਧੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੱਚ ਪਤਲੋਨੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਲੱਕ ਨਾ ਮਰੋੜਾ ਖਾ ਜਾਵੇ
Only for hot gal in the place.
I have to. So girls have set the tempo. Now it's time for our gabroos to show some punch. ਭੰਗੜਾ ਨਸ ਨਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਚਿਆ ਭੰਗੜੇ ਦਾ ਜਲਵਾ ਹਰ ਥਾਂ ਮਚਿਆ ਭੰਗੜਾ ਰੂਹ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਸਾ ਖੁੱਲਿਆ ਭੰਗੜਿਆ ਦੇਖ ਰੋਣਾ ਫੁੱਲਿਆ ਭੰਗੜੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਮੰਦੀ ਭੰਗੜਾ ਟੀਮ BTL ਦੀ ਆਦਤ ਬਣ ਗਈ Bhangra till last breath group is here to perform a short item on Bhangra. They have to their credit a lot of national and international performances. So let's hear for the boys.
ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ ਓਏ ਦੰਦਾਂ ਬੁੱਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਨੱਚਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੱਲਾ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਢਿੱਡ ਚੋਂ ਬੋਲੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ ਓਏ
ਹੋ ਮੱਲਾ ਡਿੱਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਉੱਠ ਜਰਾ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਵਿਖਾਵੇ ਉਹ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਜਗਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਖੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਲਣਾ ਬਣਾਵੇ ਹੋ ਮੱਲਾ ਡਿੱਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਉੱਠ ਜਰਾ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਵਿਖਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਜਗਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਖੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਲਣਾ ਬਣਾਵੇ ਹੋ ਪੈ ਜਾਵੇ ਰੋਣਾ ਬਣ ਜਾਵੇ ਜਜ਼ਬਾਤੀ ਬੰਦਾ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਰਸਾਨਾ ਬਾਜੀ ਇਸ਼ਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਖੇਲਣੀ ਹੋ ਘੜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਟਿਕ ਟਿਕ ਸੌਣ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਦੇਵੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਜਰਾ ਇੱਕ ਪਲ ਦਾ ਪਾਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਪੈਣਾ ਏ ਹਲਾਉਣਾ ਹੱਥ ਘਰੇ ਬੈਠਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਦਾਣੇ ਰੱਬ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ
ਝੂਮਰ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਮਨਾਉਂਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੇਲੇ ਦੇ ਆਏ ਹੋ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਨਾ ਲੱਗ ਜੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਬਾਹਰਲੇ ਇਲਾਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਚ ਜੇਲਮ ਨਾਲ ਜੋੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਇਸ ਨਾਚ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਖਾਸੀਅਤ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਟਿੱਕੀ ਰਾਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਰਿਆ ਦੇ ਟਿਕੇ ਹੋਏ ਪਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਕੰਢਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਲੋਕ ਨਾਚ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਹਿਸਤਾ ਆਹਿਸਤਾ ਤਾਲ ਉੱਠਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਦਿਲ ਉੱਠਦੇ ਹੋਣ ਆਓ ਵੇਖੀਏ ਤੇ ਮਾਣੀਏ ਲੋਕ ਨਾਚ ਝੂਮਰ ਝੂਮਰ ਤੇ ਝੂਮਰ ਆਵਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਮਾਰਾ ਵੇ ਤੂੰ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਦੇਸ਼ ਫਸਾ ਲਿਆ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਤੂੰ ਆਖੇ ਲੱਗ ਕੇ ਵੇ ਮਾਹੀਆਂ ਛੱਡ ਗਿਆ ਸਾਡਾ ਵੇੜਾ ਪੰਛੀ ਮੁੜ ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆ ਗਏ ਕਿਉਂ ਚਿੱਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਤੇਰਾ ਗੁਲਾਮ ਫਰੀਦ ਉਹ ਘਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਸਦੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇਸ਼ਕ ਨੇ ਲਾਇਆ ਡੇਰਾ ਵੇ ਅਸਾਂ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਆਈਆਂ ਰਲ ਲੁੱਡੀਆਂ ਤਾਂ ਲਾ ਪਾਈਆਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਬਾਗਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਬਹਾਰ ਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਹੱਸ ਕੇ ਲੁੱਡੀ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਹੱਸ ਕੇ ਲੁੱਡੀ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਹਰ ਦਿਨ ਖੇਡ ਲੈ ਜਵਾਨੀਆਂ ਮਾਰ ਲੈ ਜੱਟ ਚੜਦੇ ਮਿਰਜ਼ੇ ਖਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਵੰਜਲ ਦੇਵੇ ਮਤ ਪੱਤ ਰਨਾ ਦੀ ਦੋਸਤੀ ਤੇ ਫਿਰੀ ਜਿਨਾ ਦੀ ਮਤ ਉਹ ਹੱਸ ਹੱਸ ਲਾਵਣ ਯਾਰੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਰੋਕੇ ਦੇਵਣ ਦੱਸ ਛੱਡ ਅਵਲੀ ਦੋਸਤੀ ਮਿਰਜ਼ਿਆ ਜੱਟ ਚੜਦੇ ਮਿਰਜ਼ੇ ਖਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਮਤ ਦੇਵਣ ਮਾਂ ਬੁਰੇ ਸਿਆਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਤੇ ਬੁਰੀ ਸਿਆਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਰਾਹ ਬੁਰੀ ਸਿਆਲੀ ਔਰਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਜਾਦੂ ਲੇਵਾ ਪਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਪੇਸ਼ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਮਿਰਜ਼ਾ ਧਮਾਲ
ਉਹ ਲੈਕਚਰ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਨਿਕਲੀ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਖੜਾ ਸੀ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਪੈਰੀ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਸਿਰ ਤੇ ਚੁੰਨੀ ਸੀ ਨਾਲ ਪੈਰੀ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਸਿਰ ਤੇ ਚੁੰਨੀ ਸੀ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਨਜ਼ਰਾਂ ਮਿਲਾਉਣੋਂ ਸੰਗਦੀ ਨਜ਼ਰਾਂ ਮਿਲਾਉਣੋਂ ਸੰਗਦੀ ਬਈ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਟੱਕੀਆਂ ਗੁੱਚੀ ਨਾਲ ਨਛੱਤਰ ਗਿੱਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ
ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਨਾਚ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਾਬੀਲੇ ਜਾਂ ਜਾਤੀਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਸੰਬੰਧਿਤ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ ਮਰਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਗਿੱਧਾ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਮਾਲਵਾ ਖੇਤਰ ਦੇ ਦੇਣ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਸਿਰਫ ਮਾਲਵੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਮਲਵਈ ਗਿੱਧਾ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਗਿੱਧੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਦਗੀ, ਸਹਿਜ, ਸੁਭਾਵਿਕਤਾ, ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਤੇ ਬੇਪਰਵਾਹੀ ਦੀ ਮੌਜੂਦਗੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਲਵਲੀਆਂ ਰੀਝਾਂ ਤੇ ਉਮੰਗਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਮਲਵਈ ਗਿੱਧਾ ਲੰਬੀਆਂ ਅਤੇ ਲੜੀਵਾਰ ਬੋਲੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਹੈ। ਆਓ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਲੋਕ ਨਾਚ ਮਲਵਈ ਗਿੱਧਾ। ਮਲਵਈ ਗਿੱਧਾ
चढ़ी जवानी ओ रब्बा ओ मुछ फुटी जद चढ़ी जवानी टौंदा फिरे बनेरे हो बुढ़ा होया बैठ मंजे ते हो बुढ़ा होया बैठ मंजे ते फड़ के माला फेरे हो जा गोडनिए अल्ले पापा तेरे 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 हो जा गोडनिए
ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਤੁਸਾਂ ਨੇ ਭੰਗੜੇ ਦੇ ਅਨੋਖੇ ਰੰਗ ਦੇਖੇ ਔਰ ਆਹੀ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਆਲੋਪ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਭੰਗੜੇ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਡਰਨ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਫਿਰ ਚਲੋ ਵੇਖੀਏ ਮਾਡਰਨ ਭੰਗੜਾ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਆ।
You miss me?
Come talk the talk. If you can't walk the walk, phony niggas are out the talk. Going back.
तेरे नालों चली हसीन कोई ना तारे चले अंबर जमीन कोई ना मैं जदों तेरे मोढे उत्ते सिर रखिया वे तो सच्ची समा भी हसीन कोई सोनिया भी लगन गियां फिर बालियां गल्लां नाल जदों टकराइयां वालियां तारे देखी लब लब किवें हर दे तू वाला चल कोई ना जदों रातां कालियां मैं सब कुछ हार तेरे तो दूंगा सब कुछ वार तेरे तो दूंगा आखिर च यार तेनू दूं अपनी छला तेनू भावें पहली बार दूंगा हाँ मैं छेती छेती लावां तेरे नाल लैनियां समय दा तां पूरा भी यकीन कोई ना तेरे नालों चलिए हसीन कोई ना तारे चन्ने अंबर जमीन कोई ना जावे चुंगियां हर नवंग करती जावे चुंगियां हर नवंग करती उलंगे साथे
Wow, what an electrifying performance. Thank you everyone for joining in. With this, we conclude our cultural program. Please join us for dinner. One of our guests has left his Samsung phone. We just request everyone to check. A Samsung phone is with us. I'll request the guests to check. Okay. Thank you. Dinner is ready. Dinner is served. Please join.